Hush, hush. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, as DRK was probably saying, he fucked up the save somehow, but it's not too bad. I guess we're lucky that whatever other save he had wasn't all that far behind. Hold on. Let's see. So yeah, we'll try and get back up to where we were as fast as possible, and we'll skip all the tapes and everything because we've already played them. Hold on a second. Shuka Luke, thank you very much for the 32 months. Cheers. Let's see. Oh boy, we're coming to the end. Yeah, let's get dropped in. What the fuck do I want to do for this? Do my usual thing, bait them around. What uniforms do I have? Let me also just check development. Too shy, hush, hush, shy do I. Shy, hush, hush, I do I. Yeah, sure, develop these Fultons. Desert Fox. Splitter. I think I usually wear Splitter for this, actually. I'm not sure if... Well, I guess it might make a bit of a difference if I'm driving the vehicle out of the place. Fuck it, go for Splitter. Get battle Latin, da 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 da. The game is working correctly. Okay, sorry, I just I couldn't read the chat there for a second, and as soon as I joined the chat, I saw like fire emotes and shit. Thought maybe there was something wrong. Okay. Just here for Code Talker's Parasite tapes? Well,
your objective is to
steal
steal an entire truck from a PF convoy.
You're in time for those.
But the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be any time now. Start by heading to that guard post. Then follow the escort unit. It should lead you right to the target truck. Boss, extract them from the mission area. You can check the target details on your iDroid.
How's it going, everyone? Lonely Geekess, hello. Dollar Bean.
Be careful down there, boss.
Hey, how's it going, Martian? I do not want to go over there. Yeah, straight to Nova Braga. Hey, what's up, Drakstar? I wonder what the fastest way of doing this actually is. Usually I play it stealthy, lure the skulls away from the truck for a little bit, then get in the truck right away. Hey, Vlad, what's up? Too shy, hush, hush, shy do I. Double the yellow cake, double the fun. Okay, we'll hop over here. Get on the ground, please. Yeah. We'll, I assume we've seen all this before.
Scott, if these bastards are pulling guard duty, that proves that
For those of you
Cargo is
that
headed
just
south.
joining, I'll be skipping a lot of stuff just because I need to catch up to where DRK was. He made a bit of a fuck up, I think, transferring the save. But it's not too bad. We're only a few missions behind, so it shouldn't take too long to get back to where we were. Just like 5 missions or so. Now I just wish I had some fucking speedrun strat. This is usually how I play it, just lure them away. They'll always be drawn to your position. So if you just hang down here, they'll come all the way down here. Will I play Acid in this marathon? Anytime in the future? I'm sure I'll play it at some point in the future. Okay, let's be careful. I don't want to fuck this up now. The massive 180-degree shift between you and DRK. Yeah, maybe our styles clash a little bit when it comes to this game.
search the truck you recovered.
Yeah. Ba-da-ba-doo. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-la-da-la-da-na-na-na-na. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Yeah, let's
Boss,
just
this is an emergency.
get through
We
the
had
tape.
2 intel team agents undercover at the PF, Contract Forces of Africa. The CFA have captured them both. They don't have long to live. You've got to get them out of there ASAP. This means Cypher might be getting wind of our existence. We may need to move more cautiously from now on. I just hope this incident has nothing to do
Oh, did
with
we
it.
actually
I've
rescue
added the
Quiet this
details to
time?
your mission list. Don't let him down, boss.
Okay, right, these two fucking guys. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm impatient. What do you mean? I'm only skipping tapes because I have to catch up to where DRK was. He made a fuck up transferring the save, and we've lost a load of progress.
Our intel team members are being held captive by the
Well, not a load of progress, but like 5 missions.
PF in that area, the CFA.
So
Your job
we've
is
seen
to
all this
rescue
before.
them. They don't have long to live. It appears that one of our 2 men has broken out of the encampment and is on the run. He contacted us to say he was surrounded. That's the last we heard from him. Your map is marked with a predicted field of movement based on where his transmissions cut off. The other man is still captive inside the encampment. Boss, rescue
That's
our
not a
men.
big deal.
Extract
Fucking
them both and get them back to Mother Base.
these things happen sometimes.
Be careful down there, boss.
Could be a lot worse. It's only a few missions. Imagine if I had to go back to the start of the game, you know, we'd have to, probably have to end the marathon. Okay, now this fucking asshole, where is he?
Our staff member on the road
Oh,
contacted
Jesus.
us from that forest. The enemy PF already has troops spread out in a manhunt to find him. Keep your eyes open. Extract our man before their search team can find him. Check his location on your iDroid.
Jorge felt bad about it? Yeah, he was, It's okay, man.
You've reached the target's predicted field of movement. If he's gone to ground, he'll have hidden himself somewhere in that area. Find
It's
him.
only a few missions. Could be way worse. Here he is. Yeah, fuck it, just get rid of him now, I guess. I think he usually has a bit of dialogue, but he's done it before.
Rescue the other target. Head to Kaziba camp. Boss, our man you extracted gave us all the intel he could. Now we know exactly where our other agent is being held captive. And he brought back intel on the CFA. Guy deserves a raise. Check it on your iDroid.
Hello there. Oh, really? Couldn't resist.
Kaziba camp, an enemy outpost. It's got good visibility and not many places to hide. Use the landscape wherever possible.
It's getting pretty crowded up here. Fuck. Thought I'd risk running in. Where's the checkpoint gonna be? Hopefully after I save the first guy anyway. Right before I save the first guy? Okay.
The other target is inside the encampment. Boss, he doesn't have much time. Boss, our man you extracted gave us all the intel he could. Now we know exactly where our other agent is being held captive. And he brought back intel on the CFA. Guy deserves a raise. Check it on your iDroid.
Okay, let's try not to get caught this time.
Kaziba camp, an enemy outpost. It's got good visibility and not many places to hide. Use the landscape wherever possible. That's him. That's the target. He's injured.
Alright, Pequod, get your fucking ass over here, quick.
Extraction. Get him out by chopper.
They kept saying the disease was her fault. Just shouting at me. Over and over.
Hey, stop bringing fucking drama into my chat, Heaven's Door. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ. Whoa! This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by. extraction of both targets. Boss, on behalf of all the Diamond Dogs, thank you.
I don't want to read any of your fucking DMs. Why the fuck would I want to read your DMs?
Departing! That's it. You've made it out of the
I just said I don't
hot
want to read any
No
of your
sign of the
drama.
enemy.
In the
Mission
chat,
complete,
in
boss.
DMs, anywhere. Stop it, don't talk about it. I don't know.
Mission complete and how? One of the
what
job
the
offers
fuck?
we received concerns me.
Oh, I lost my sound
There's a
for a
PF
second,
commander
okay.
who's been talking big about getting into the nuclear arms trade. This could be connected to that yellow cake. And there's another contract I'd like you to handle. It's a wet job,
Okay.
but we need to divert Cypher's attention. Check the mission list for the details.
What's next? Oh, we were actually, Jesus, we're actually quite a few missions behind, aren't we? Rescuing Eli is what, mission 25? I was thinking we were only like 5 missions behind. Oh. Anyway, it still could be worse. Oh, Jesus, I have to rescue the fucking kids. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Right, let's just keep speeding through this. Okay. Yeah, we can just rescue one kid, right? Yeah, we'll just rescue the one kid. Although to do that, I need to like fucking clear out the camp and everything to get the chopper in there. I think I'll just do it normally. There's probably a better chance that I'll be able to do the normal strat faster than, you know, clearing out the camp. Yeah, like I'd have to open up the LZ and clear out the camp, right? I think I'd be faster just sprinting right into the, avoiding everything and sprinting into all the kids and getting them out the traditional way.
There's 6 targets. Our contract is to kill them all. And the client is the general they served under. He wants them dead to keep them from talking. Check a VI on your iDroid for more information.
I mean, normally I wouldn't have much of a problem with having to do the mission. Just when I saw that DRK was at the Eli mission, I thought maybe I'd have a chance of actually finishing the Phantom Pain in this session, but I might not be able to have this. I might not have the time to do that now.
Be careful down there, boss.
Nyoka ya Ampembe. What mission are we on? What number mission is this?
That's from Pevi Plantation. The targets are mixed in with the soldiers in that
18th,
base.
yeah, so we have to do
Use the
voices
VI to
as
identify
well.
them.
That's okay, we'll be able to sprint to the end of voices really easily.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from his machine gun could cut a man in half.
Yeah.
Tread carefully, boss.
Actually, I didn't want to take him out. Fuck it, I got him with the trank anyway. May as well finish the job.
Hey, you okay?
You okay? This asshole. I think he spawns around here if you choose 6 o'clock. His early shift is all the way down there. Fuck, where is this guy? We can just kill him anyway. Is that him? Just got here. Yeah, we lost a load of progress, so I have to catch up to where DRK was, unfortunately. Okay, you asshole.
That was target confirmed dead. Impressive work, boss. 5 targets remaining. Head for the Kurgenga mine.
Ooh. Okay, nice. Slopes did their best to stop me. Can you tell us something you actually enjoy in this game? I mean, I enjoyed like a fair amount of it. Like the first half of the game, I would say I enjoyed for the most part. And then you get to the point where the mission objectives just start to become really stagnant and stale.
You've reached the mine. 5 targets are being held captive at that outpost.
Once you get like midway through the Africa chapter, I think that's where it really starts to drag, you know? You get to the point where it just feels like the game has run out of tricks, you know? You don't really feel like you're being challenged in any particularly new or interesting ways. It's DRK who does all the bug hunting. I don't really do all that shit. Hellbound is the climax for you, bad humans? I feel I would agree that that's where the game reaches. That's where the game reached its peak for me, and it's in the first playthrough.
Xavier, dit is Julien. Ons is gevallen lid. Die vijand moet naby wees. Oor.
Dit is CP, begryp. Beskerm sekuriteit en vind die indringer. Uit.
I think DRK likes V more than Twin Snakes. Well, I think DRK gets a lot of enjoyment out of the Phantom Pain. I mean, I think he said before that, like, you know, the showcasing all the bugs and stuff is really fun for him. So maybe if the game was more polished, it would actually be less enjoyable, right? Because it's not the bugs that make him dislike the game. I don't think. Like he really disliked the game way before he found out about all the bugs. I think the bugs actually made it more fun for him. Let me grab that tape. It is crucial that we get that tape for Skullface. Oh, Jesus. Fool. Pop. Okay, let me call a supply drop. Yeah, well... Fuck it. Maybe I should have just grabbed the one kid. Wouldn't have been that much of a hassle, really, to take out all these guys. Why is it a crucial tape? Because it makes the Skullface Jeep scene 1,000 times better. The scene is already perfect. I know, but you can make it more perfect. Okay, let's skip this.
Doesn't look like he can walk. You still gonna help him? Boss, if even one of those kids die, the mission's a failure. Be careful. You're those kids' only support out there. You need to give them orders. Lead them to the objective area. But they won't hear you if you're too far away from them. Keep that in mind.
Ah, fuck. You okay? Okay. Demme bacca. Wow, yeah, man. Fucking bullet drop is Not needed. Yeah, this mission can be pretty awkward, commanding the kids. But this is a good way to approach it. Just move. Don't stop to command them at all. They'll just follow you. But it can be a little bit confusing when you actually start using the commands and needing to tell them to stop in order to get them to go again. We might actually have to do that later on. We good? Let's get another refill here.
We can use compounds from plants to make medicine or poison for use in new weapons and equipment. Take a look at the plants list on your iDroid to see which ones we need. Then go find them if you get the chance. It'll keep the staff happy too.
I'm not going to be doing any cutscenes. I'm catching up to where DRK was in his playthrough.
Take care of him.
We lost like 10 missions worth of progress, so I'm just getting back up to where we were. Oh, hello. Demme baka. Right, let me just test this actually. Will they still just follow me automatically here? No.
They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Such fucking garbage. So I have to go back to tell them to come. Even though I do not have the option to tell them to come. I have to tell them to wait first, even though they're already waiting, and then I have to tell them to go.
Stop. Come on.
Okay. Come on.
Zitten de Zulu hier. De gevangene wordt vermist. Lijkt alsof hij ontsnapt. Oorlog. Dat is CFDF, begrijp. We gaan naar zoektocht. Zo gauw als mogelijk. Uit.
That was 2 shots.
Looks like
Yeah.
they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
Begrijp. We gaan naar zoektocht. Zo gauw als mogelijk. Uit.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him. spotted the target.
What?
Take care of him.
Just because of the chopper?
The enemy spotted the target. The enemy spotted the target.
What the
Take
fuck
care
are
of
you
him.
talking about, Kaz? Okay.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Can we go? They're not even letting me.
Wait.
Right, weird. I wasn't even allowed to press wait there. I've never had that happen before. Right, let's go. Let's get the fuck to the end of this.
The chopper will be arriving any minute. Hurry to the
Ah.
RV.
Sorry, kid.
The target's dead. Mission failed.
Get the targets to the RV.
I should have just went ahead to take out that guy, then went back for the kids. Let me try something. Let's call for that supply drop again. Yeah, you can use the kids as weapons.
The enemy spotted the target. The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Whoa, what the fuck? Oof. Still got him before the alert triggered, just about. Nanosecond in it.
Now.
Oh man.
Looks like they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
I should have just done it the initial way. Okay, let's try not to get cranky. Stay calm.
Boss, the target's dead. Mission failed.
Oh, did they gave me the chicken hat offering there.
Get the targets to the RV.
Right.
It's no good, boss. Attacking like that won't cut it. Aim somewhere else. Or they won't hear you if you're too far away from them. They won't hear you if you're too far away from them.
Shut up, Kaz. Damn, they're really going far up ahead of me this time. What the fuck? What the hell? Oh my god. They're off the leash. Or maybe I went up far enough to trigger their next. You know, because it's based on your position, and I guess I did run up a little bit further that time. Okay, let's fucking focus. Give me baka!
Looks like they found out the kids escaped. The enemy's gonna tighten security. They'll be coming after you. Watch your back.
Ah. Okay. Oh my god, no, they're going up at. They're going up right now? Oh my god.
The chopper will be arriving any minute. Hurry to the RV. The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Nice.
They won't hear you if you're too far away.
I'm right beside them!
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
And the command finally comes up.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go!
This is Pequod. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Alright.
Just leaving the target.
See you later, assholes. Have fun.
The enemy spotted the target. Take care of him.
Departing.
Mission complete. Great work.
Okay. It's cool how that does affect the next scene, but then all the kids show up on the base later anyway. You know, it would have been cool if it actually continued to affect the Eli storyline, the amount of kids available to him. You know, maybe if you only rescued one kid, he was never able to steal Sahelanthropus. Is there even an explanation for how the other kids get on the base if you don't rescue all of them? I can't remember. There probably isn't. Alright, let's fucking keep going. Again, if you're just tuning in, the only reason we're skipping scenes is because we lost the save and we have to catch up to where we were. Which is a bit of a pain, but, you know, whatever. Why am I being forced to develop platforms? Get back here, Pequot.
Roger.
This is Pequot. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Oh god. We're gonna have to level up quiet as well.
A bionic arm developer has submitted a proposal for a new feature. An active sonar that can detect the positions of soldiers, prisoners, and animals.
Okay, this should be pretty easy to do quickly at least. You can go straight up to the guy. Get them all with the smoke grenades.
mission objective is to eliminate the PF commander they call the Major. One of the Major's
You can hear
subordinates
the
working undercover
X
with
tapping.
CFA is due to make contact with him. Check his current location on your iDroid. Follow him, and he should lead you right to the Major.
Oh boy, okay.
Be careful down there, boss.
Next few missions should be pretty quick anyway, I think. It should be easy to do voices. Just run straight through to the end. Usually I, you know, take the slow path, follow that guy up, get all of his little conversations, but you can just sprint right up to the end. War economy as well, you can just go in, grab the guy straight away, get out.
That's an enemy gunship. A single burst from its machine gun can cut a man in half. Tread carefully, boss.
Wait, do I fucking know where I'm going here?
Not good. The target is trying to escape.
Oh, wow, you get caught anywhere and, fuck it, just go to... Hopefully they don't send me all the way back to the beginning.
Your first job is to find the man you need to follow. Check your iDroid for his location and VI.
Where the hell
If
am
he
I?
sees you, they'll call off the meeting. Stay out of sight.
Oh, I can't wait, Cloud. Right, here are the boys. Now they should start dropping like flies. Down they go.
You gotta extract him. Okay, subject is in. We'll get the rest out of him back at base. He's coming too. Roger that. All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. Amazing. Mission complete. Major spilled his guts all right. Boss, about those walker gears spreading all over Africa. Huey's got an idea for a counter weapon. Come on back to base.
Yeah, so of course we've already seen the majesty of battle gear. Let's go back.
Got a new mission for you, boss. The client is one of the kids you rescued from that mine. According to the kids, people often disappear from the mine to a place called Nzoya Badiabulu, the Devil's House. On top of that, Sanger's involved with the place. Check your iDroid for the mission details.
Arriving shortly at LZ.
Is this the last stretch of V? No.
This is P-Quad. On station at LZ.
DRK fucked up the save by mistake and we're like 9 missions behind where we were, so now I'm just catching back up to where we were, speeding through missions, skipping cutscenes, skipping tapes. So yeah. Kind of rough, but this shit happens.
Gaining altitude.
I just made some mistake overwriting a save or something like that. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, this, shit happens. It's okay. Voices. Let's do it. I think I'm going to crack open a beer. I'm feeling a little bit cranky. Need to take the edge off. Hold on. Okay. Someone was asking, will I be returning to New Vegas after this? I think so. I think that's
He
the
was the
plan.
leader of the boys being forced to work at the mine.
I'll probably continue my New Vegas
From the
playthrough.
others and taken away to Ngumba Industrial Zone. The locals call this place Nzoya
For my next
Badiabulu,
couple
the
of
Devil's
streams.
House. Boss,
I'm thinking about
find your
maybe
body and
doing some
extract
ground
and
zeros
safely.
as well.
You can check the target's location on your iDroid.
My rust earlier in ground zeros really was getting me in the mood to go back to the game and just get good at it again, Just seeing how bad I was compared to how good I used to be. It's like, man, I can't let that happen, I need to...
Be careful down there, boss.
I need to get those skills up again. Get those skills back again. Ground Zeroes is like the first chapter of MGS5. You know how MGS2 has the tanker and the plant? MGS3 is the virtuous mission and Operation Snake Eater. That's what Ground Zeroes is to the Phantom Pain. It's the first opening chapter, the prologue.
An outpost crossing a sunken road. Minoko Yanyoka. The snake's mouth. I get it. Looks like that's the only way to the objective area.
Take this fool out. Chalky with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Are you a real person? No, you're not. Cheers, Chalky. That they removed features from Phantom Pain that are in Ground Zeroes. Well, yeah, they also added many features to the Phantom Pain that aren't in Ground Zeroes, but I think sometimes having a more restricted experience can make for a better experience. What the hell am I doing? D-Horse, get over here, man. D-Horse. Oh, this is this camp, huh? Signalis this spooky season? I never really thought of that, but that might be an idea now, actually. Maybe I should leave it until October. Do some new horror games in October.
Supposedly the valley up ahead is covered in mist almost year-round. The objective area is beyond there. The bridge has collapsed. Looks like you'll have to go down through the valley.
Ooh, I like how the fog wasn't there with that light. The latest Amnesia game. Is there like an Amnesia game that came out? Didn't one come out like a year ago? Is that the same one? Bramble. I don't think I've even heard of Bramble.
objective area. Now look for the target. I just hope he's alive.
You can find the PT tape in a few different missions. That's one of the areas, yeah. DRK probably showed it earlier. Again, I'm going to have to keep reminding people, just because I'm sure people keep coming into the channel who weren't here earlier. I'm just quickly catching up to where we were. We lost like 9 missions worth of progress, I think. So we've already done all the stuff, all the scenes, all the tape. It's a bit of a pain, but yeah, shit happens. Let's skip over this. Where am I going?
What is that?
When we were transferring the saves, DRK just did something to the save. I think he must have overwritten the save that he had with one of his older saves or something like that.
What the hell is that? Run, boss. It's
It could be worse anyway, you know.
Let him catch you, boss.
Who knew what that fucking save was going to be? It could have been a save all the way back at the start of the game.
He spotted you. He's coming.
Ba-da-da-da-do. You wanna suck my balls, scary fucking balls. Okay. Let's try that again.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake?
What the hell is that? Run, boss. It's him again. You can't let him catch you, boss. Get out of there. Boss, I'll have the chopper touch down past the tunnel. Take cover, boss.
You can't let him get you, boys.
He spotted you. He's coming.
He's going after you, boys. You can't let him get you, boys. You wanna suck my balls?
This is B-Quad. Arriving at Junction LZ. Quick, now's the time to get on the chopper. This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
That's intended? Yeah. It's actually a pretty cool, one of the more interesting missions, I think.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy.
You can do, there are a few strats to deal with them.
Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss. The one and only. Skullface. So he was in Africa after all. Working behind the scenes. Even that man on fire at his beck.
Yeah.
Boss, word has it that a Western arms dealer is going to be inspecting a CFA outpost. It appears he's involved with nuclear weapons.
Okay, we're getting
development
pretty
in the area.
close
My hunch
now
is
to
that
where
this
we
guy
could
is
be.
somehow connected to Cypher. I've got no proof, but we know Skullface is working through PFs in the region. Anyway, it just so happens a job connected to this inspection has come in. Take a look at your iDroid.
No, I think it was only around 7 missions, wasn't it? Not as bad as I thought. Let's just get through the tapes.
One more thing.
We're gonna get pulled out of this mission. Although we can wait until afterwards. Okay, let's do it.
Eliminate the high-ranking CFA official in charge of supplying weapons to UNITA. The target stays at Nova Braga Airport. Head to the airport first.
Is there any punishment if you don't go back to the base in the middle of this? You know, when you get called for your FOB tutorial? This mission can be really tricky if you're trying to get all the conversations. There is a really easy strat for doing it, just by chilling in one spot outside of the base. But if you're trying to do it while following the guys around, it's pretty tricky.
Be careful down there, boss.
Boss, we have an emergency. Our base is under attack. The enemy is over on one of our platforms, and they're holding some of our staff hostage.
Yeah, usually I do exit out here and do the thing,
That would
but
mean losing some
fuck
of
it,
our
we'll just keep
finest
going.
manpower. Boss, take back that platform. This is a race against time. For all of us. Get on this mission right away, boss. Great, you made it. I've sent the information to your map screen. That's the target's predicted location. Check all around the target and plan carefully before...
I
moving
guess
in.
he wasn't too concerned about it. Let's jump over the fence here. Bam, ba-da-da-da-da. Go on. Good boy. didn't think there'd be anyone behind to hear me there.
That's the target.
Bly op jou hoede. Uit. Ons is in volle contact met vijandige maag. Alle eenhede bereid voor aanval.
Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there. Boss, I have something to report. I sent a strike force to take back the platform the enemy had captured. All but one of the enemies were killed in the fighting. But the staff members they were holding hostage didn't make it either. Under orders from their commander, one of them grabbed the hostages and he blew himself up. The commander used that diversion to get away. I'm sorry, boss. They were trying to pull out. We had to move in. If we could have taken out the commander before then without them noticing, forget it. I'll remove the mission from the mission list. Amazing. Mission complete.
Oh, do you not have to do that?
Boss, about that target you extracted. He says he...
He doesn't actually remove it from the mission list, though, does he?
We've begun development on that new battle gear weapon that Emmerich was talking about. If you want to see how development's going, come take a look for yourself.
Yeah. Amazing. See you later. Bam, ba-da-da-da-doo. Okay.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
How do you feel about MGS3 Remake using original voice lines instead of re-recording new ones? Do we know for sure that that's what's happening now? I know some new details came out in the last couple of days. I think I saw that as well, that seems to be the case. I thought that was suggested with the first announcement. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see what it's like. We'll have to see it in action. See those new character models and how their mouths move and how they match with the old voices. I'm really intrigued regarding the edits. You know, the copyright edits. Will the MGS3 remake have gun licenses? It could be pretty funny, man. MGS3 if it has to use Franken guns. Like, just thinking of the scene where Snake gets the M1911 and he's, you know, all the gun porn in MGS3. You know, a lot of that stuff is going to be pretty funny if they can't get the licenses, right? What about Ocelot and his single action army and all the talk about the single action army? You know, is he going to be using his fucking tornadoes or whatever they're called in this game? The revolver that isn't a revolver. You know, that Adamska special or whatever it is. The MGS3 patchy slot had Franken guns. Oh man, yeah, so they're gonna like have to change all that dialogue. Yeah, I feel like, you know, the fetishizing of weapons is a pretty... It's a fairly big thing in MGS3. What about the collection as well? You know, is the... There's probably... I'd say there's still a decent chance of the collection, the ports, having all that stuff still. Right? You know, because the HD collection came out and had all that stuff. Although I guess the HD collection was still a good while ago now, and I think gun licenses cost more. Yeah, I think. I mean, I guess we'll see. But yeah, I think some of these new releases might have some dents.
Boss, we got an emergency here.
Right, yeah. So so he doesn't remove the thing from the mission list at all, even though he tells you the exact opposite at the end of that mission. Okay. Well, let's go and do it. Johnny Arms with the 7 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess we'll go for Grey Urban. My balls. My balls.
Infiltrate the platform under enemy control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some of our
It'd be
staff
cool if
hostage
Konami
and are
actually
threatening to
cared
kill
about
them if they're
preservation,
attacked.
you know?
You can't rely on support from us this time. Anything we do might be seen as an attack. Boss, forgive me. Can't believe I let an enemy force in right under my nose. But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
You know, like, it'd be cool if we actually got re-releases of the games with the stuff that was already missing. But that's just way out of line. You know, we'll be lucky if the games are still recognizable. Forget about bringing back Snake versus Monkey or the Secret Theater or anything, you know? We just gotta hope with every new release that we don't lose all that much more than what we've already lost. Let's see. Ugh. Right, yeah. Let me focus here.
Infiltrate the platform under enemy control and eliminate their commander. The moment they lose their chain of command, we'll move in and suppress the rest. The enemy have taken some
I wish
of
you
our
could use
staff
fucking
hostage and are
checkpoints.
threatening to kill them if they're attacked. You can't rely on support from us this time.
Yeah, if
Anything
you want
we
to
do
restart,
might be
fuck
seen
it.
as an
I should just...
attack.
There's no need to do it
Forgive
stealthily.
me.
Let's just, if I get
Can't
caught
believe
this
I let
time,
an
we'll
enemy
just
force in right
bullshit
under
our
my
way through
nose.
it.
But one thing's for sure. They're gonna pay for it. Make certain of that, boss.
I just hope the remake, I don't have high hopes for the collection. I just hope, you know, it isn't butchered too much with the licensed stuff.
Be careful down there, boss.
But with the remake, I just hope they do some new things. You know, maybe stuff that wasn't possible for them to do back in the day. Maybe, you know, because I'm sure there were a lot of things that they wanted to do back with the original MGS3, but they just couldn't for technical reasons. It'd be cool maybe if they could now do some of that stuff. I think Kojima wanted more of a day and night cycle, more of a dynamic day-night cycle in the original game, so maybe something like that could be cool. You could definitely make the cure system more interesting. Maybe have like new mechanics with regard to animals and shit like that. But I'd say we'll be lucky if it's anywhere close to how detailed the original is. Oh, you son of a bitch.
All fire teams, this is CP. All units to combat position. Repeat, all units to combat position.
You could definitely make... I'm all for streamlining MGS3's menus to a certain degree, but I feel like I also wouldn't want it to just be completely generic and, you know, I wouldn't want it to be streamlined to a fault where it just feels like every other fucking game. You know, the survival viewer is cool. You know, it definitely could be better, so you don't have to be going into the menu every couple of seconds to change camos, and like the cure system especially is just a tedious chore. But I hope the menu still has a bit of swagger about it. You know, because the survival viewer is cool, being able to go in and just has a unique look about it, being able to look at the models and spin them around. Make Snake puke, look at weird little animations. You know, like the menu is like its own little game in itself, with lots of cool little details and things you can do in it. The little videos that open up when Snake eats his food. You know, maybe they could have maybe this time we could actually see Snake eat the food in game. Like, if you stop to eat some food, it actually has to, you know, it takes a couple of seconds for Snake to eat the food. You need to make sure, like, that could be cool, you know? So, make it so you can't just eat anywhere. Like, you need to make sure you're safe when you're eating. Because if you eat around an enemy, you'll leave yourself open to attack. And then maybe there could be, like, unique animations and interactions if you get shot by an enemy while eating food. You know? There's an idea. Probably shit that just wasn't possible for them to do back with the original game. Some shit like that could be cool to maybe spice it up.
CP, understood. Search every corner. They gotta be around here somewhere. Out.
Well, we know that old Kojima Productions members are working on it. Well, maybe we don't know that for sure yet. We know that Konami staff will be working on it, but we also know that many of the Kojima Productions guys are still there. Some old veterans of Kojima's team are still there. So you would think they'll be working on it. And I'd imagine they'll want to do a good job. But yeah, you know, Konami you also have to be pretty skeptical of when it comes to Konami and the corners they might want to cut. Surprised Konami even cares at this point? Well, they care about money. And Metal Gear makes them money. I don't think they care too much about the art of it. Okay. Or, you know, when it comes to the management. Look at all these boys just chilling. I think Bad Humans might have been saying something like that a bit ago about patchy slots not doing so well for them in recent years or something. Like, I could be completely wrong there, but I mean, like, they were always going to come back to Metal Gear at some point. Even when they made, even back in 2015, I was saying, you know, like, the times are always going to be changing, you know? Back then, they said they were getting out of the AAA gaming space, moving towards mobile and pachinko, but obviously that doesn't mean that that's going to be, they're going to stay like that forever. If they feel like it's more financially viable to start making big budget games again, they'll probably do it. I don't know. Pachinko's getting regulated to shit too, if I remember correctly.
Attention hostile force. We have eliminated your commander. Escape is impossible. Lay down your weapons immediately. Surrender now. You will not be fired upon.
Yeah, I mean, like, the series is too big to die. To die permanently, I think.
Mission complete, boss.
You know, unless Konami just fucking... You know, unless they just make a complete balls out of whatever they're gonna do next. But, I mean, look at Silent Hill, man. And Silent Hill is a way smaller series than Metal Gear. That's still going. And they released a lot of questionable titles for Silent Hill, and it's still going and coming back and remakes and, you know. Metal Gear will keep coming back, I think.
Boss, we figured out who that enemy commander was. He was on the staff at Mother Base 9 years back. Despite surviving the attack, he broke off from us and spent his years terrified that a cleanup squad would come after him. The isolation screwed with his sense of loyalty. A rumor, source unknown, had him convinced that the attack 9 years ago was orchestrated by you yourself. The big boss sold out his comrades to hide from the world. He thought that's why you weren't at the base that day. He was so desperate to take us down, he built up his own PF, copying us in every way. His idea of the perfect revenge. But in the end, he was just a victim of disinformation. I'll leave you to decide how to deal with him.
Interesting little bit of dialogue there. He's not too far from the truth.
Boss, listen a moment. I want to bolster our security to guard against enemy attacks. What I have in mind is to create a security team that can defend each of the platforms. Can I go ahead with that? So from now on, give some thought to building up the security team as well. One other thing. To divert some of the risk posed by our enemies, I'd like to construct a forward operating base. The more bases we have, the more staff we can house and the more materials we can secure.
There's our avatar. In the reflection. Handsome boy. Hey, Bad Humans, you're there in chat. Maybe you responded to what I said, Bad Humans. Were you saying something about Konami and patchy slots not doing so well for them in recent years? I think maybe you were talking about that before. Lasso with the 16 months. Thank you very much. Nice. So we're pretty much back to where we were now. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. The chattel field. Oh, hey, Johnny Rams. I don't think I thanked you for the 7 months. And Quirky with the 3. Vlad touched upon it. New legislation and the pandemic really did a number on the patchy business. Right. Yeah. Ironically, video games and mobile is where is where they make their money.
Soldier's commander, and bring him back to Mother Base. First off, head for Boala Yamasa.
So the pandemic came back to bite their plan. Bite them in their asses.
Be careful down there, boss.
Your target, the White Mamba, showed up in this village out of the blue and took command of the child soldiers. The surrounding villages have been victims of their raids and brutality ever since. But if you extract their commander, those kids will have no choice but to stand down. Should wrap up the whole situation.
I'm not sure yet, PNTN.
They're still kids. You can't kill any one of them, including the commander. If things get rough, neutralize them by knocking them out or by tranquilizing them.
Crust Easy, thank you for the 4 months. Deme vaca. Oh, Jesus Christ. Absolutely destroyed.
Snake,
What happened there?
Talk to me! Snake!
So that commander thinks he can take you on. Use your train gun, CQC, anything you like. But teach him a lesson already.
There we go. I remember I watched a review once that called this the best CQC fight in the series. What the fuck are you smoking, man? I think Liquid in MGS1 is like a much more enjoyable fight than this. Okay, let's call the chopper.
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
What a rebel.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories.
Okay, so I think this is where we were. We're back up to where we left off. Let's watch this next scene again anyway. I like seeing Liquid getting the shit kicked out of him. Yeah, I know it looks kind of shitty.
Welcome to outer heaven.
We're still getting set up here. We're a little bit behind.
We got rules around here. Never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. You got that? Anyone here can use a knife or a gun.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, you know, Liquid is supposed to be in awe of Mother Base here when he arrives. But, yeah, it's kind of funny if you get to this part of the game, but your Mother Base is still, like, completely bare bones.
We've received
Look at
some
this.
new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
You can't even see the fucking thing. You can't even really see the plant properly.
Roger.
This is Pequod, on station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Okay. Let's play these tapes.
The White Mamba. Nyoka Yam Pembe. He's the commander of the kids based out of Wala Yamasa. As you know, contract forces of Africa were stationed at that village. Anti-government forces hired CRS to bring kids there from around Africa for training. But at some point, the adults with the PF started dropping like flies. This was right after we arrived in Africa. We don't know the cause. The kids ended up on their own. Must have been like fish out of water. Nothing to eat, no way to get back home. All the adults taught them was how to use a gun. Sure, they could shoot targets, but hunt for food? Not likely. They wouldn't have lasted long. Then the White Mamba showed up. He was faster and stronger than them, a better soldier, and he knew how to lead. I guess somebody wished upon a star, because their savior turned up like stardust straight out of the blue. The moment he arrived, the kids had their new commander. That was when they started attacking other villages. Word of the infamous White Mamba spread fast. But it isn't just his combat skills that got people talking. As you can tell from the name, he's the only light-skinned kid in the unit. Not to mention the blonde hair and the blue eyes. Not common in those parts. We have no idea where he came from or what he's experienced. The kid's a huge blank. But I'm sure you'll know him when you see him. One other thing. He's still a kid, so don't kill him. Be careful not to hit him with anything lethal. Not even a flesh wound. Our mission objective isn't just suppressing a bunch of militants. This is a DDR operation of the kids in that unit. DDR stands for Disarmament, Demobilization, and Reintegration. Disarmament is obvious. We take their weapons off their hands. The demobilization part means dismantling their military organization to ensure they can't arm themselves again. To do that, you need to capture the unit's commander and have him order his men to disband. In this case, the commander is the White Mamba. There's nobody above him, so he's all we need to grab. Finally, reintegration. Through education and occupational training, we give them a means to live besides war. A lot of kids born in a war zone don't know any other way to live. So before they find themselves back there, we teach them another skill. I'd like to establish this rehabilitation process at Mother Base. That's why we're bringing those kids back here. It's not so much for their sake. It's for the world that we're trying to create. No other way about it. Those kids are amateurs. Bad for business to have them running around where we're trying to work. Bring them all back if possible. Or as many as you can. We placed the White Mamba and the rest of his unit in the staff living quarters. How's that going? It's a disaster, but what else can we do? We've taken away his weapons and banned him from using his nom de guerre. Apparently his real name is Eli. He must feel like we stripped him of his whole identity. We'll let things simmer down. I put a guard on him for now. Still the question is, who is he? Where did he come from? And how has he survived? He's still not talking. No, he won't say a word about himself. But you know, it looks like he speaks English. One of the deck crew called out to him in English, and he said something back. He just lost it all of a sudden, started mouthing off at the guy, in perfect English. He wasn't stringing together words he picked up somewhere. So English is his mother tongue? He could be from the east, or the south, or maybe even further north or south. English is well established in countries all across the continent. It's rooted in Africa like a weed, or maybe parasite is the better word. So just speaking English doesn't help us figure out where he comes from. Could even be from off-continent. Right. In any case, we'll keep an eye on him. If we learn anything else, I'll be sure to let you know.
Okay, hold on.
Two engineers are being held in the observation post southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. Boss, your mission is to rescue them. The targets are civilians. One male,
Oh,
one
these two
female.
assholes.
They were dispatched to the area by an international health organization, but disappeared shortly after. Extract the two targets and help them escape the country.
Okay. Let's use woodland. And yeah, let's do it. Ga-ba-da-la-da-la-da-da-da.
Rescue the two prisoners being held in a guard post to the southwest of Ngumba Industrial Zone. The targets are civilians. One male, one female. Apparently they're specialists sent out there to investigate infectious diseases. They were frequent visitors to that devil's house at Zoyabadipur. If you recover them, you'll finally be able to get first-hand accounts of what's been going on at that place.
Why you don't have an accent? Also, why DRK don't have an accent? The problem is that you don't have much experience with hearing a variety of accents. I do have an accent. I just don't have like a strong or like a stereotypically recognizable Irish accent. Like I don't have a Dublin accent or like a strong Northern Irish accent. But many people have over the years joined the chat, and they can tell exactly where I'm from by my accent. But there are also a lot of people like you who just don't have a clue, and people who think I'm like fucking Canadian and shit.
Go down there, boss.
So yeah, the problem is that you're just an uncultured swine, and you need to go out and travel the world more. And yeah, then maybe you'll start to pick up on more accents. Regarding DRK, I would say DRK has an accent.
Is on its way to the guard post. Watch yourself.
I doubt I'd be able to tell that he was Italian listening to him speak English if I didn't already know. But I would definitely be able to tell that English isn't his first language. You know, he doesn't sound American or English, or you know, doesn't sound like he's from any English-speaking country. I probably should have approached the camp a little bit sooner. I wonder, is this dependent on my range? Get the fuck out of the camp, man. The tent.
Help me!
Damn. I wonder is that dependent on my range. I remember before I used to always throw smoke grenades in there. But during my last playthrough, I managed to do this without throwing in any grenades.
Your objective is to rescue the 2 targets. Counting on you, boss.
I'm going to try this again. Maybe it's easier to do during the day. Fuck it, I'm just gonna use smoke grenades. But yeah, in all seriousness, I don't have a particularly strong accent.
To help her.
You've come to rescue
So
me.
I can see your point.
I was asked to show that man around here. Dangerous work. He had it every second. I wish I'd said no, but I was the only one on the team who spoke English. So we went to that factory. Bodies. That would scare me. I'm used to seeing them, but what could that be? Lawless Pemphigoid. Dermadrones. What's the cause? Who would do such a thing? Hey, you researching it as well? Better quit while you can. I've been here 5 years. But I've never seen anything like that. That coward ran off without me.
Yeah, I saw him. He's a little bitch. Where is he?
He'd suspected I was infected for quite some time. Obsessed over it. That place must have really spooked him. But I always wore full protective gear during the examinations. There's
Am I gonna
no
play
way
Street Fighter 6? Yeah! I think I will.
I needn't worry.
I'm gonna be very bad at it. I never really played much Street Fighter.
Get me out of here.
Hey! You alright? You okay? But yeah, I used to play, Street Fighter with my cousin.
But they're not giving the all clear just yet. Stay alert. Target extraction confirmed.
But yeah, I never learned like the intricacies of the game or anything like that. But you know, I still remember some of the controls. How to Hadouken. Fucking quarter circle 1 or quarter circle 2 or something like that. Back circle 4 to do the spinny kick with Ken. I used to always play as Ken. But yeah, it might be fun playing Street Fighter 6. But I have a lot more experience with Tekken.
You gonna extract him? That's the target.
So, here to save me. I was called here to transport and set up equipment at a medical facility. And
seems like 6 is getting a lot of love so far.
Never did I imagine.
You know, Street Fighter 5 was a disaster for a lot of people.
What was that? I never seen.
Seems like a lot of those people are much more keen on 6.
There's no treatment at all. We were cultivating the pathogen. Are you from around here? You don't know anything. You never seen that disease before. Yeah. I escaped by myself. Left her behind. I had myself to think about. And besides, it was too late for her anyway. During an examination, her protective suit seal was broken. Ever so slightly. Yeah, no doubt about it. There's nothing I could do for her. I'm still not sure how the disease is transmitted. But she's probably already just like... Yeah, she must be. Forgive me. Was every man for himself.
I didn't even know he was gonna do that. He made the exact same noise. That was not intentional. Yeah, I'd imagine Tekken 1 and 2 would feel pretty stiff.
Amazing, boss.
Tekken 1 and 2 are both 2D as well, aren't they? I think didn't Tekken 3 introduce movement into the background and the foreground, sidestepping?
Getting both prisoners out in that situation. Great work. Now exfiltrate.
Tekken 3 is still amazing. I went back to play it a few months back, and it still feels really nice to play. It looks great. Has to be one of the best looking PS1 games. The animations. It felt like they were still using animations from Tekken 3 in Tekken 7. You know, when I was going back and playing as Hwoarang, I felt like I was looking at the exact same animations. The character model was less detailed, but it looked like the animations were, a lot of them looked like they were still the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, the animations are incredible in Tekken 3.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Mission complete, man. How? Boss, we placed the 2 targets in quarantine. They don't show signs of anything, but we'll monitor them just the same. If they had access to the Devil's House, I doubt they were sent there by some health organization. Cypher used them, and would have eliminated them eventually. But we'll protect them here. They've agreed to that. After all, we helped them out of the country as promised. The mission's complete. But boss, they've been behind the curtains at Ngumba. They examine the patients there nearly every day. They told us the patients were being made to listen to voices on tape. But the male target added something interesting. He said he doesn't know what was on the tapes because there was no English version. Of all the voices that were shoved down those people's throats, English wasn't one of them.
Tekken 3 is very unbalanced, though. Yeah. They probably just didn't care about balancing, really, back in those days. They were more concerned with evolving the formula. Especially when there was much less of a competitive scene.
About Eli. I'd heard that one product of the Les Enfants Terribles project went missing in Africa. The age would be about right. Now, I'm not saying I think it's Eli, but I want to run a genetic test all the same. Don't worry, I'll have it done without him noticing. The test may take some time, but I'll tell you as soon as we have the results.
Boss, this contract comes from the Mbele rebel militants. That's right. That general's fighters. Recently, one of their child soldier platoons staged an insurrection and split from the main group. Thing is, they took a hostage with them. The general's brother, his number 2. The contract is to extract both that prisoner and the leader of the renegade platoon. The message reads, "I love my brother. You must bring him back to me alive." It also says this about the leader of the child soldiers. He is an excellent soldier. I want to persuade him to rejoin the ranks of the righteous. Sounds a little too forgiving for the man who ordered those kids dead at the mine. I wonder what kind of persuasion the general has in store. With that in mind, here are your objectives. First, rescue and return the general's number 2 as requested. Second, extract the renegade leader, and we'll keep him at Mother Base. In other words, extract both targets out of the region. Good luck, boss.
I'll try my best, Kaz. Give me the golden tiger. Right, let's do it. Tired already? Oh, I'm not. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know. When you get to the end of these marathons, it's just like you don't really know where your tiredness state is at. I mean, I guess so. I don't know.
Your mission objectives
I think I slept decently last night.
Extract the child soldier's commander.
But you know, the marathons, they kind of wear on you once you're like deep 100 hours into it. It's
Captive, the general's number 2. This child soldier platoon decided to break away from the Mbele militants.
just
They
kind of
took the
enter
number
a
2
different state.
captive and have occupied an abandoned village. Start by checking that location on your map. Boss, the child soldiers will treat you as an enemy, but they're just kids. See that they don't get hurt.
Month-long marathon pre-remake. I don't know. I don't know what we'll do for the remake.
Be careful down there, boss.
Beyond there is outside the mission area.
The fact that we do things on separate channels and we're not all under the one channel now will make new releases a bit more complicated, you know? Maybe we'll just both stream the remake on our own channels separately. Or maybe I was thinking maybe we could take turns with new releases, like do the MGS3 remake on one channel, and the next time there's a new MGS release, do it on the other channel. You know?
Reconnaissance is best conducted from high vantage points. I've marked a good spot on your map. Take a look at your iDroid.
A battle lamp, bam, bam, bam. Rebroadcast other channels? Yeah, but I just mean in terms of like growing our channels. If we're doing everything on one channel, only that channel will benefit, you know? You know, like, this is my channel, Outer Heaven is DRK's channel. But, yeah, we'll sort something out. I'm sure we'll talk about it.
There he is, the commander. Extract him.
Kind of exciting. It's kind of hard for me to get too excited about a remake, but
Must be a squad they had out on patrol.
yeah, it'll be good.
Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself.
It'll be good for the community and for building the two
Another
channels
Charles
at least.
soldier has entered the village.
Inject a
Must
bit
have
of
been
life
out on
into it.
patrol. Looks like they had more than one patrol out. Security will be tighter now. Watch yourself.
Deme vaca. Fuck.
Don't hurt any of those kids.
Whatever, let's just get out of here.
Or use your tranquilizer. Okay, that's the general's brother.
Ah, he's gonna die.
Get him out of there, boss.
Wow, he's still monologuing. What a champ.
He hasn't been dead long. Good work. Yes, mission complete. Boss, about how we report this one to the client. I'll tell them we took heavy resistance from the renegade platoon and the hostage was killed in the firefight. Also, their leader wouldn't let himself be taken alive. I doubt the client will pay us for this one, but we got a big enough reward from the General's number 2 instead. And as for the number 2, he's saying he wants to join Diamond Dogs. I guess he knows what that means for him. He said, if I'm working for you, I can be number 2 or number 200 for all I care. Boss, we have an emergency. Many of our staff are falling ill. At first it seemed like a common cold, but before we knew it, blisters started popping up on their chests and... Damn it. I'll fill you in at the ACC. Just get in the chopper. Look closely. Those are the symptoms of the infection on Mother Base.
Okay, this shouldn't take too long because I think we only have like 20 people on our staff.
Parasite larvae, most likely. But we couldn't find any adults. It doesn't seem to mature in the body, like a spargatum. We don't know the root of infection, or what causes symptoms to develop. Boss, do you remember seeing these symptoms before? The bodies floating around in the oil facility, the bedridden test subjects at the Devil's House. This epidemic looks just like what we've seen on our hunt for Cypher. So this is the weapon of mass destruction Cypher was working on in Africa. Boss, the situation is urgent. We need to quarantine the infected and contain the pathogen. Priority now is to prevent more casualties. But the problem is, how do we tell who's infected? During the incubation period, we have no way of knowing who's clean. You'll have to try and guess who's infected before they go symptomatic and quarantine them. That'd be easy if we just knew the route or vector of the infection. From now on, if you even suspect a staff member's infected, use your iDroid to order them into quarantine. Given the situation, the men won't submit to quarantine just because I or the medical team tell them to. But they will listen to you. Of course, it's just a temporary measure until we find a permanent solution.
I'm special.
But at least they'd be in solitary isolation so they won't infect each other, and we get the mental care they need. If we do nothing, we'll only lose more people. We have no choice. Boss, open your iDroid. I'll explain how to quarantine staff members.
I'm way ahead of you, Ocelot.
Go to the Mother Base menu and select Staff Management. First, take a look at the quarantine facility we've set up. We'll isolate anyone who's already symptomatic at the quarantine facility. But we have to expect that there are multiple staff who are infected, but asymptomatic. So how do we identify them? At present, we have no way to tell them apart. But there has to be something for us to go on. If you notice anything, reassign staff you suspect are infected to the quarantine facility. We'll monitor them and then contact you if there's a change in their condition. Correctly quarantining these asymptomatic infected will reduce the number of new infections. You should continue with your missions as usual. If Cypher is behind this, going after them should help us determine the root cause of this epidemic. Also, until we identify the pathogen, we can't fire or dispatch any staff. We cannot let this thing spread. Boss, get to the bottom of this fast. We're counting on you. Boss, a new job's come in. It's a hit. I'm the human trafficker who sent Shabani and the others to Nzoya Badia Bulu, where you ran into Skullface. The thing is, this guy might know something about the disease that's going around Mother Base. The symptoms are similar to the ones we saw at that factory. Start by checking the mission details on your iDroid.
Nzoya Badia Bulu. Shouldn't you get like an extra line of dialogue from Ocelot once you've, if you've gotten all the Kakongo? Like they'll say you've done a good job. Did I miss one? I remember that being a thing. It's a way of knowing if you missed one or not. But maybe you don't. I thought you got it. Maybe because I was too fast doing it. Maybe if you've already done it before he's really finished his dialogue, it won't play. I think I got everyone, didn't I? Did anyone notice one that I missed? Oh, there's a couple in the brig. Do these guys matter? Do these guys tie into it? I didn't think you had to care about the ones in the brig. Because you can't stick them in there. Anyway, fuck it. We're good. This is just the same shit.
Look. Boss, there's a target on the run somewhere on the Savannah. Your job is to find and eliminate him. He's a logistics officer for the PF known as Rogue Coyote. On the side, however, he colluded with the Buta regime, abducting people from Mbeli villages and supplying them as slave labor. That's right. He's a human trafficker. His victims ended up all over the place. Brothels, black market, organ trade, diamond mines. And he was the one who sent Shabani and the other kids to the Devil's House. But then an Mbeli rebel group finally added him to their hit list. The target decided it was time to quit, and now he's trying to leave the country. If he makes it back to his country, he'll be no more than a civilian, and he'll avoid facing a court-martial, like so many other war biz junkies. I'll bet he plans on enjoying a new live finance with his blood money. The client's order is to take him out. How you go about that is up to you, boss.
Bango, bango, bongo, I don't want to speak a Congo, I refuse to go. They got those vocal cord parasites, Wolbachia, I want my fill. But no matter what they do, I'll still... I don't know. I couldn't think of anything. What rhymes with still? All I could think of was pill, but that didn't work. Okay, what am I doing here? Hey, what's up, Portable? My balls.
Boss, the target is a PF logistics officer who works as a human trafficker on the side. The client wants him dead. He's currently on the run somewhere on the savannah with bodyguards. Unfortunately, we don't know what route they're taking. All we have to go on is a coded transmission sent by the PDAF at the Titati abandoned village. It appears to be a workup of the target's security plans, but to decipher it, we'll need an intel file with the encryption key. This key should be at the comms facility at the Titati abandoned village. Check your iDroid to see what the target looks like, as well as the location of the village. Find a route, find a man.
Be careful down there, boss.
Okay, our friend is right down there, I think. Am I playing in a stretched screen format? No. I think I went way off fucking track here. Here we go.
Beyond there is outside the mission area.
Suck my balls.
Whoa, whoa!
I can't remember where this camp is. I think I might be in the right place. No, this isn't the right spot, is it? Where the f which camp is it? Fuck me. I thought I had this part of the map engraved into my brain, but it looks like I don't. I think it must be 14. Jesus Christ. Oh, camp! Oh my god, is it number 14? Which one is it? I thought it was one of these fucking numbers. Am I forgetting even which fucking mission this is? This is the place! This is the place. Okay, thank God. Yeah, this is the place. Wait, no, this isn't the place. No, this is the place. This is the place.
The target's getting away.
We get sniped.
Boss, that's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
You should probably stay close to your fucking sniper friends, man. This is a really bad idea. 11 o'clock. Oh dear. All right, D-Horse, get the fuck over here.
Boss, that person you pulled and extracted turned out to be the target. Your objective's complete. We'll let the client know he's been dealt with. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
Oh god. Where's the... This is the nearest exit.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete. All right, mission complete, boss. Our trafficker was very talkative. Guinea pigs. That's what became of his kidnapped victims. Says he got a good look at that factory at Zoya Badiabulu when he dropped off some fresh guinea pigs for them, along with our man without a face. His instincts told him to run like the rat he is. Said it wasn't worth the money. Figured he could be next. That's when he went to the NGO for help. He thought that in exchange for his buyer's list, they could set him up with a new identity someplace far away. He had an idea who he was up against, and he didn't want to take any chances. A true rat. But like us dogs, he knew when he smelled trouble. And something else. He said the specimens come from deep in the forest. We don't know what he meant by specimens just yet, but those guinea pig symptoms match what we've seen on the infected at Mother Base. Deep in the forest. Maybe there's the clue we need to beat this infection. Boss, the truth could be right around the corner.
All right, almost time for everyone's favorite character.
Boss, we finally heard from one of our missing intel team members. He says he has a solid lead on the epidemic at Mother Base. Take a look at the mission details ASAP.
Boss, the intel team's hard at work investigating the cause of that illness spreading through Mother Base. Problem is, a bunch of our agents in the field are still MIA. Progress has been slow, until now. We just got a distress call from one of them. He said he's got intel on the origin of the disease. But the PF in the area got to him before we did. There's been no further contact from him, but we know he's being held at the guard post on the western end of the mine. There's still a good chance he's alive. We can't afford to let him die. Right now, he's the only link we have to the root cause of the epidemic. Get our man back, boss.
Yeah, Kojima's working on DS2 and some other experimental cloud-based project for Microsoft. It was leaked a few months back. It's a horror game. It looks very much like a horror game. I guess we don't know for sure, but I mean, the footage that leaked really looked like a horror game. And the name of it was Overdose. And it really looked like a legit leak. I feel like it would make sense that he would go and make some kind of horror game as well after the failure of PT, or the failure of Silent Hills, really, I guess. All of that getting cut short due to leaving Konami.
The intel unit has gotten a lead on the epidemic that's crippling Mother Base. The problem is, our man has been captured by the PF in his operation area. He's being held at the guard post on the western
I'd be
end
really
of the mine.
intrigued to see
We need you to get him
a
out
Kojima
ASAP.
horror game.
Right now, he's only linked to the root cause of the epidemic.
You know what I remembered yesterday? Kojima had a Lord of the Rings type of game on hold until 5 was finished. Really? I don't think I heard anything about that. What do you mean when you say Lord of the Rings type of game? Is that he was like do you mean just like that kind of fantasy, or do you actually mean like using the Lord of the Rings IP? I'm assuming that's not what you mean.
Check the VI on your iDroid. That's where the target is being held.
PT was really cool. Crazy how influential that thing was, and the impact it had on the genre. For what it was, you know, just this little experimental playable
Beyond
teaser.
there is outside the mission area.
I always forget how effective it is as well. Every time I go back and play it, I only play it once a year. Every time I go back, I always get surprised by how good it actually is. You know, because it's extremely bare bones mechanically. You know, you're just walking through hallways, looking at stuff. But it's really it was a really carefully crafted little thing. Oh, you little bitch. I got distracted by the chat. He labeled it as Lord of the Rings Light. Damn, that must have passed me by completely. Maybe I saw that before. I can't remember.
That's where the target is being held.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab this guy and get the fuck out of here.
Roger. The target.
Yeah, I've heard horror stories about this new Lord of the Rings. Seems to be getting a lot of bad press.
Him once the coast is clear.
What's the deal with that new Lord of the Rings game? I don't know anything about it. Is it like an online game or what?
Talker. surrounded. The old man will die. If you find him, you gotta... Our other men got me out of that mansion. Acting as shields. Told me, get this intel to the boss. They have them now.
Is it a single player game or what's the deal?
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is P-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
Target extraction confirmed.
All right, get in. Time to go. Gaining altitude.
And believe it or not, Flash Express, I have not played Portable Armor. But I have seen several playthroughs of it.
No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
I've watched several playthroughs, but I still need to play that. That'll happen on the stream at some point.
Mission complete. And the target safe.
But I would say I would have to go with MGS5.
Mission complete. Boss, the intel team member you extracted is gonna be okay. All thanks to your quick actions. He keeps muttering the same things over and over. About the pathogen, and the old man who knows how to treat it. Code Talker. He even told us where he is. This is our only lead, boss. Let's go meet this Code Talker.
I streamed a full playthrough of Disco Elysium. Really enjoyed it, Stiz. You'd find it on my YouTube channel. I don't think all of the parts are there, but most of the playthrough is there.
Boss, you need to make contact with Code Talker, the old man who knows what the pathogen is. We have to stop this disease that's spreading across Mother Base. Select the mission on your iDroid.
Yeah, if you ever want to catch VODs, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. All the Marathon VODs will be going up there along with all the other stuff that I do. I think there's like 100 or so playlists up there now with like all sorts of fucking games, all sorts of playthroughs. There's a lot of shit on there, like hundreds and hundreds of hours of stuff. Part of the marathon is already up there. Yeah, shout outs to Kumori, a viewer of mine who's been just doing an incredible job uploading everything.
Boss, you need to make contact with the Code Talker, the old man who's supposed to know what's behind this infection. The intel team member you extracted was able to pinpoint his location. A forest that stretches across the Angola-Zaire border. The locals call it Lufwa Valley, the Valley of the Lost. The target's in a mansion deep in this valley. A PF is deployed there, but we've also spotted an unidentified group operating in the area. If Cypher developed this pathogen, there's a good chance our target played a central role in that process. But is this their weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Will the pathogen or its cure lead to Cypher? This guy is the key to everything. Boss, make contact with Code Talker and extract him if you see fit. We can't afford to lose any more men. We have to stop this thing.
Any old playthroughs that I'd recommend on YouTube? Oh, I don't know. A lot of people enjoyed the Shenmue playthroughs. Shenmue 1 and 2, that was a lot of fun. Although, again, you know, it's hard to say. Sometimes you kind of, maybe you had to be there at the time. But the Shenmue playthroughs were a lot of fun. Darkwood was really enjoyable. But again, I don't think like Darkwood brought in like a load of viewers or anything, but it's definitely one of the most enjoyable streams that I've done, just because of how much I enjoyed the game, how intense it was. Again, like the freelancer streams that we did in Hitman were a lot of fun, but again, you maybe you had to really be there at the time, you know, because a lot of it was about, you know, am I going to succeed this time? Am I going to fail? When is the win going to finally happen? And you probably won't be able to get that tension back when you're watching VODs, you know? Kind of really fit the live stream setup well, I think. That. Some of the classic Resident Evil playthroughs would probably be good to look at. Because a lot of those I was playing for the first time. Yeah, the Resident Evil playlists probably pretty decent. Metroid Dread, Eternal Darkness. I don't think I ever played Eternal... Oh yeah, Eternal Darkness. I thought you were talking about a different game. I never actually finished Eternal Darkness. Are there Eternal Darkness VODs up on my channel? I didn't even know that those got saved. Code Veronica first playthrough would probably be a good one to watch. Yeah, you get to see the birth of Steve. The RE1 remake VODs. There's probably some fun stuff there too. Darkwood was amazing, man. So intense. Scariest fucking game ever. And just some real butt-clenching action. When it comes down to your last couple of lives, last life. Okay. Gabada-la-da-la-da-da-da. I have played Deadly Premonition. Yeah, it's an incredible and terrible game. I only got through like 5 or 6 hours of the game. Really loved like 3 hours of it. Really hated 3 hours of it.
Boss.
I've been meaning to go back to it to try and trudge through more of it. So maybe that'll happen at some point.
Make contact with the old man known as Code Talker. According to the intel team member you extracted, he knows what the epidemic is and how to treat it. You'll find him in a mansion deep in the valley beyond the forest. He's a high-value target who's probably involved with Cypher's research. This information came at a heavy price. And you convinced security on site is gonna be tight. Watch yourself out there, alright?
Deadly Premonition, yeah, a lot of that was just painful stuff.
And if the treatment requires it, extract him to
I think
base.
a lot of that was down to the stuff that they were forced to put into the game. Like those weird dungeon sequences. I remember people saying that they were kind of forced by the studio to put those in the game.
Be careful down there, boss.
But even aside from that, a lot of the gameplay and driving around, just a lot of that was painful. But then you got to a funny cutscene and everything was cool again. With its dreadful audio balancing. Yeah, I had some fun with the Yakuza series. I haven't played much of it. I've played Yakuza 0 and Like a Dragon. I'm kind of turned off by like how incredibly samey the games seem to be from game to game. Like I really had a great time with Yakuza 0, but the idea of playing like 5 more of those games with a lot of the same kind of shit, the combat system, the mini games, running around the streets of Kamurocho, I don't know, like one 70-hour playthrough was like enough to last me a few years. And then I played Like a Dragon. I enjoyed that. You know, it was a different kind of style with the turn-based system. But even still, I don't know if I could play a lot of Yakuza, you know. While I enjoyed my time with those games, I don't know if I could play the whole series, you know. I feel like you probably have to be more invested in the story, like. And I enjoyed the stories, but like not enough to want to like experience all of it, I guess. I feel like it's just the repetitive gameplay is a bit much. Bit of a slog getting through all the games.
No sign of the enemy. Judging from security in the area, I'd expect to see a patrol by now.
I only played a little bit of Sifu.
Missed. Have a bad feeling about this.
Nice shot. I really like their design, actually. They have a really interesting looking design. Shame we don't get to see more of them in action. Like these are the only close-ups we really get of them, right?
Boss, it's the Skulls. Damn it. So Cypher is behind this.
I always thought it was kind of intriguing how they looked a lot like Venom. You know, they have the eye patch and they even have the little straps hanging down at the back. The tail strap. The eye patch with the extra, with the third strap. Metal Gear support team in Metal Gear always knows what you're doing. Okay, see you later. Hold on a second. I wish each skull's design was just used as one boss. These would be the traditional MGS sniper boss. The armored ones would be the big beefy slow boys. I just wish the skulls were a bit more, had a bit more to them, you know? With regards to ways that you could take them down, I don't know.
That's where you'll find the target Code Talker.
D-Dog is a really good buddy until you get good at the game. On a first playthrough, he's really useful, but once you know the map layouts and where the enemies are, he kind of becomes useless, I think, because, you know, he's useful because he marks enemies for you primarily. But if you know where the enemies are, he loses all his power. I mean, yeah, I guess he does have other abilities where you can send him after the enemy, order him to attack and shit like that. I guess I'm mainly speaking from the point of like a new game playthrough when you're going through the missions once.
They're with the PF Zero Risk Security. Looks like they're protecting the target. Why don't you try and
a new game playthrough when you've already
They
played
might
the
know
game,
target's
that is.
exact location.
Which I guess a lot of people just don't even do because you have to delete your save first of all. I think you donated to Kill Quiet after she was saved. Like 10 missions after she was saved. Oh, fuck off. I'm gonna have to wait around for fucking 10 minutes for this thing to clear before I can go talk to Code Talker, so let's restart.
Code Talker is somewhere inside the mansion in Luftwaffe.
Maybe that wasn't you. I think the arcade got a donation for that, like 10 missions after.
You're near the mansion. That's where you'll find the target Code Talker.
I knew he was going to be there. Okay, third time lucky.
Code Talker is somewhere inside the mansion in Luftwaffe Valley. Find him and extract him. You're near the mansion. That's where you'll find the target Code Talker.
You can't knock on walls in this game. But you can use your arm to make a sound. But you can just leave me to my own devices.
up.
I've been waiting, Tilly. Or should I say, Bedachokhale.
That's him. That's Code Talker.
Look familiar? It's infecting my men. How do we Silence. Or death. What do you... It could be in here. Stay quiet. Your life depends on it. Sit. The parasite has infected your band. Those are its larvae. They enter the throat and attach themselves to the vocal cords. They mimic the host's membranes flawlessly. No one can tell the difference. Upon reaching maturity, they mate. Sustained exposure to a particular sound triggers copulation. The resulting larva then feast on the host lungs, killing it. The particular sound is words. They attack only those who speak a certain language, not just one. I cannot say which language your parasites are attuned to. But silence is the best way to keep them from laying their children. This contains an herb that they dislike. That should deafen them for a while. You have bought yourself some time. Speak. Is there a cure? Once symptoms manifest, larvae have already infested the alveoli. At which point, nothing can be done. There is a way to halt the onset, which would prevent infection. I need your help. He stole the ones I sealed away, forced me to do his terrible work. Skullface. Even a country like America sways in his wake. I could not defy him. The fate of Diné lies in his hands. However, perhaps the Nishia led you here. If my children have upset the Khojun of the world, it falls to me to set it right.
Extraction. Put Code Talker in the chopper and return to base.
He claims they are the dream of every ruler since the dawn of time. Teach them your enemy's words. Then
after. Then, Inzuya Batiabula was... Boss, he's gonna wipe every language besides English off the face of the earth.
Ironic, isn't it? They gave us language.
I never really thought about how Code Talker's line following that dialogue up could also double as talking about Miller. Because the opposite is true of what Miller says there. Miller is, he's, it's the opposite of what he's saying.
And now, they take it away. It is thanks to them that man first learned to speak. But now, the hands of the clock turn back. They've been warped by the hands of man.
Hold on, I'm almost done here. I'm probably gonna get smacked coming out here. Ah!
Controlling those soldiers. Be careful.
Oh, you asshole.
Victims of the experiments. They were implanted without my knowledge, even had I known. There is nothing I could have done.
Are the MIA intel team members buried there too? Bastards. They're gonna pay for this.
Let's call that chopper.
Roger.
Please leave me alone. We're protecting the cargo here.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
boss. Maybe later. Boss, we found the bodies of the 2 missing Intel team members in Lufwa Valley. We knew we wouldn't get them back alive, but still, it's a damn shame. Don't let their sacrifice go to waste, boss. We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base. That old man, Code Talker, he's the only hope we've got.
The gun on the chopper is rarely useful, unfortunately. After playing that one mission in Ground Zeroes, I thought there might be a few, like, chopper set pieces in the Phantom Pain. You know, the mission to rescue Kojima and Ground Zeroes, like stuff like that, but on a larger scale, flying through the world. But, yeah, nothing like that, really.
Tell me how to fight it.
I hid the answer in a microbe this one carries. It turns the male parasites into females, preventing reproduction. One parasite infecting another. However, it doesn't affect only the parasite. It alters the host as well. Your infection will be contained, but you and your men will also be rendered infertile. That is the price you must pay to regain your speech.
That freak show back there. They the work of your children too?
A different strain from the vocal cord parasite, known as the one that covers. It acts as the host's skin, providing strength in exchange for nourishment. But I did not know those men were infected. They were forced to serve him, then steal my research. Have you seen one of their vehicles?
The Yellow Cake.
Captured a convoy they were escorting. Cargo, some kind of mineral.
What became of it? The metallic archaea.
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
But first, we're going to go back to a chopper that isn't about to crash, to prepare for the chopper that's about to crash. Okay, let's see.
Boss, are you okay?
Everything's still good up there, yeah?
Parasites that have
You all good?
infected Mother
Okay.
Base. They're ethnic cleansers designed to silence those who don't fit into Skullface's worldview. We can't allow him to have such power.
Right.
Go over the mission details and get going ASAP.
Can you give me the briefing, the rundown again on this?
Boss, you okay? There's an unusual mist in front of your chopper. It could be the same one as before. Cypher is trying to eliminate Code Talker, but we can't save the infected without him. Boss, whatever you do, bring Code Talker back alive.
My balls, hairy balls. Hold on. Damn, we have fucking nothing developed here. I should be okay anyway with the with the emplacements. And yeah, I think we'll crash the chopper at 6 p.m. The sun will be at an awkward angle at 6 a.m. When the sun's just coming up, I think from this angle it'll be glaring through the window, and I think the pilot might have a harder time. So I think there's better odds if we go for 6 p.m.
Clouds ahead!
It's them.
Like you're surrounded by mist. The support chopper can't get close to your position right now.
Hurry! They are coming! We are their quarry.
We are their quarry. All right, let's do it.
So that mist is their work. We won't be able to send in another chopper for now. Boss, you need to eliminate the stalls. We cannot lose Code Talker. work, boss. I'm coming in on another chopper. Get Code Talker to the LZ and wait there.
There we go. Yeah, it's a nice strat if you have like really low grade equipment. The decoys fool them nicely. And then you can just blast them with the AA emplacements. It can be a little bit trickier than it looks there. You do have to be precise and quick, but
Arriving shortly at LZ.
it's not too bad.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ.
Get in, boss. Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
I really do wish, like, when you fight them, I really do wish the fights felt like more than just a gear check. You know? They feel too much like bullet sponges and just like, how are your weapons high enough to deal a decent amount of damage? It's just, yeah, they just kind of feel like, when you fight them normally, they just kind of feel like a check for how high level your weapons are. Like, I guess, you know, you can reverse their CQC, but yeah, there's really just not that much that's interesting about them mechanically, I don't think. In Trader's Caravan, I mean, I guess it's kind of cool how you can bait them around and stealth out of that. You know, like, I really like that there are multiple ways of dealing with them. I just wish some of those ways were a bit more interesting. Like, that's a really cool strat. I really like how you can take advantage of the AA emplacements in the map, utilizing decoys. That's cool, but fighting them normally just isn't all that interesting. Going in with a water gun and just CQCing them is fun. I don't think I ever fucked around much with the water gun. But yeah, maybe there are some methods that I just don't know about as well, because I'm just so used to playing a new game with low tier gear.
Skullface is no longer in Africa. The nuclear test was a success. Now they turned their knives on me.
Satellites didn't read any test. Neither did seismometers.
The detonation test took place 5 years ago in the southern Indian Ocean. The final test was the opposite, to prevent detonation.
You mean?
Skullface plans to sell nuclear weapons that he retains control of.
It's not like hawking small arms to militias.
Indeed. He plans to avoid detection by exporting minerals containing tiny amounts of uranium in the form of metallic archaea. Once on site, the metallic archaea enrich the uranium and weaponize it. Loaded onto all-terrain bipedal machines, they ensure any country, armed group, even the smallest terrorist cell, can become a nuclear power.
Bipedal. So that's why they needed Huey.
A nuke business to replace the arms business. And Skullface owns the market.
The very atmosphere of nukes, anywhere and everywhere. Deterrence on all sides.
So that's why he ran a non-detonation test.
Yes. Another metallic archaea instantly overrides the criticality generator. It fails safe only he controls. Any such weapon can be deactivated whenever he chooses, regardless of who owns it or their intent to use it.
Nukes. Controlled by a man, not a country.
If they proliferate, conventional nukes lose all value. Political, military, and economic. The two superpowers become powerless.
The R&D and medical teams have come up with a proposal for a new suit that applies Code Talker's research.
Damn.
The Parasite suit. Apparently, it
They
can
work
recreate
fast.
some of the Skull's unusual abilities. But in order to use those abilities, it needs parasites. If you want to wear this suit, you're going to need to get a hold of parasites by extracting skulls.
We need to stop the epidemic at Mother Base.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base, what's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikongo strain. Meaning, a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikongo.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic?
Use this. A type of Wolbachia. Introduced to a sample of the parasite. A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. We must cultivate more.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this.
Again with the truth serum?
What are those legs made of? Titanium? All the way to the femur.
Metallic Archaea.
Sahelanthropus. Where is it?
What?
We have to know before his plan is complete. Sahelanthropus is the final piece.
What are you talking about?
If the Soviets break out a mobile, controllable nuclear weapon, East-West relations will be right back at the Cuban Missile Crisis.
The Cold War returns to life, as countries without nuclear arsenals line up for what Skullface is selling. Nuclear weapons proliferate overnight, and on the brink of annihilation, the world maintains its balance.
But we know this is all just a shield, a ruse.
The cleansing parasites are what matter most. A WMD to eclipse even nukes, and the only one that can still be used. Skullface is the world's greatest threat, and Zero's. The pieces are in place. All that remains is to unveil Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan.
They can't activate it without me. Okay, B-Zero. Sahelanthropus is beyond the Soviet base camp, in a lab built by the Soviet philosophers. That's what you're looking for. But I have no idea how he's controlling it. It wasn't designed to accommodate a human pilot. Wait!
We got word from Afghanistan. Everyone at the Soviet base camp's dead. No sign of fighting. Parasites. Skullface's men then headed north. The target is OKB-0. That's where he'll activate Sahelanthropus. Unless we stop him, he'll go down in history a conquering victor. We can't let that happen. Wipe him out. Don't leave any trace of his existence.
I'm gonna need backup on this one.
You'll rendezvous on site.
Alright, fools. I think I'm going to take a bit of a food break, maybe here, while we play some tapes. Let me just check my dashboard. Hold on. Cabe, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Helper Monkey, thank you for the Prime. And Crusteasy, thank you for the 4 months. I can't remember if I thanked you earlier. Cheers, everyone. Let's see here.
About the pathogen spreading through Mother Base. You've seen everything we've got on the outbreak. What's your opinion?
Textbook symptoms of vocal cord parasite infestation. And judging from this casualty list, it is the Kikongo strain, meaning a breed of parasite that triggers symptoms upon detecting pronunciation specific to Kikongo.
So our Kikongo-speaking staff are at risk?
Quite so.
He's right. All the victims do speak Kikongo.
So they can survive if they just use another language?
There is no guarantee. You're only dealing with the Kikongo strain. Other language strains may be present. You well know he was teaching them languages from all over the world.
The Devil's House. Nzoya Badia Bulu.
There is no way to know how many strains he has at his disposal.
So how do we keep them from becoming symptomatic? You mentioned using microbes.
Use this. A type of Wolbachia. Introduced to a sample of the parasite.
Wolbachia?
A parasitic bacteria that colonizes the parasites, turning male to female and preventing copulation. You must cultivate more. What have you done with the infected bodies?
Cremated to stop the spread of infection. But we did keep a few for study.
Good. Take this sample, grind it to a pulp, and introduce it to the larvae now nesting in the dead. The Wolbachia will multiply rapidly within those larvae.
They're soldiers, not some petri dish.
Conventional cultivation methods will take too long. Extract the Wolbachia from those larvae and vaccinate your men. Kikongo speakers first. This is the fastest, surest way. No one is to speak a word of Kikongo until the Wolbachia are safely inside them. I will instruct your medical staff in detail on site. You have the appropriate facilities.
Yes, but
do not worry. I made a pact with your Bit de Holone on the honor of the Dene. I speak no lies.
Keep an eye on him.
Will do. Follow me. I'll take you to the medical team.
Now, we must wait for the Wolbachia to multiply in the larvae.
How is the disease transmitted? If it's carried by insects or rodents, then...
There is no intermediate host.
So...
The vocal cord parasites lay their eggs in the larynx of the host. Most hatch and migrate to the lungs, but some are transported to the mouth through ciliary movement, mixing in with saliva.
Saliva. Droplet transmission.
Sneezing, coughing. Any food or water containing infected saliva. It would spread fast.
Indeed. And when the larvae migrate to the lungs, symptoms can resemble the early stages of a cold, making it easy to infect others.
Meaning a simple conversation would be enough to pass it on.
Alright, so what happens after the larvae migrate to the lungs?
It is as I said before. They mature by feeding on alveolar tissue. It is only then that noticeable symptoms appear in the host.
And by that point, it's too late. He's infected everyone else. It's one hell of a weapon you've created.
That is what Blag Ana wanted. Something that would spread easily. In truth, he's not the reason. But we will discuss that another time.
The Wolbachia have multiplied. We're preparing to extract them and begin vaccinating. But is this really the only way?
Sure, it'll prevent infection, but the cost...
You would rather remove their vocal cords?
No. Tactical communication's a linchpin of what we do.
What if we were to ban the use of Kakongo?
Insufficient. First, there's no guarantee that only the Kakongo strain is here. Second, there is the matter of how the parasites lay their eggs. Before they can copulate, they must be exposed to the pronunciation of a specific language for a period of time, like a container filling with water. But the duration between when the container is full and when the copulation actually begins varies from case to case. In other words, even if the infected stop speaking as a countermeasure, it may already be too late. The only true solution is to prevent copulation through the Wolbachia, or by physically removing the affected tissue.
Do any antiparasitics work?
It sounds as though you have already tried.
Yeah. We tried every one there is, and nothing.
I have yet to find a medicine that can remove the parasites. At best, it temporarily covers their ears.
Why is that?
Because the parasites are companions to us. To remove them inevitably harms the host.
Companions?
More than you think. And this is why the human immune system cannot eliminate them.
We've inoculated the staff with Wolbachia to keep them from becoming symptomatic.
That should also contain the infection.
How did this happen in the first place?
It has to have been a Cypher spy within our ranks.
If this is so, then why the Kakongo strain? If their intent was to wipe you out.
Skullface said the remaining English parasite was close to the boss. If this latest strain was his doing, he wouldn't have tipped his hand.
It is possible someone brought eggs onto the base without knowing. Stuck to their shoes, clothing.
Well, that makes the most sense to me.
And where did the eggs come from?
You mentioned that your boss visited Nzoya Badiopulu.
Sure, but his gear's disinfected immediately upon return.
Then he was not the carrier.
And not just the boss. All staff dispatched to high-risk regions were quarantined on the flight back. When the symptoms first appeared, we checked and disinfected all equipment used up to that point. Any and all prisoners, soldiers, materials, and animals extracted during missions were also quarantined.
So, that just leaves...
I have seen children around here. Where are they from?
All over. Some were being held hostage at a mine. Then there were the troublemakers at Bwala Yamasa.
Bwala Yamasa?
Yeah.
Their clothes, their things. Did you burn them?
They're just kids. We couldn't. And besides, not one of them's shown symptoms.
The parasites don't infect prepubescent hosts. Their vocal cords are not fully developed.
Well, if infection doesn't occur in children...
It is possible they carried eggs on their clothes, and the infection spread from them.
Check the kid's stuff.
I doubt there is any trace left by now.
But if there is, some of those kids must be close to hitting puberty. How could we have missed this?
The name Bwala Yamasa got quite a reaction from you. I'm guessing the Kakongo strain was released in that village.
Cypher used that region to experiment with vocal cord parasite transmission. The Kakongo strain. The settlements around the refinery upstream of Bwala Yamasa were the proving grounds. They would infect one villager, then record transmission speed. Dangerous work. If they failed to contain the infection, it would slip into the surrounding regions.
At which point the world found out about the parasites, making them useless as a weapon.
Incredible they'd risk such a thing.
The test site was densely populated too. A terrible place for such experiments. No doubt, they thought burning everything would wipe away all traces. The settlements were covered in oil anyway. Who would wonder if one day they caught fire? And so it did. They burned it all, living and dead.
Those remains.
But they miscalculated. Transmission speed was far faster than anticipated. It may have been the temperature, or hygiene standards, or perhaps the parasites reacted quickly to Kikongo. Whatever the reason, nearly all villages were swiftly infected, and the settlements reduced to mounds of corpses. Making matters worse, the dry season was ending. When it came time to burn the village, the Moneni River had swelled. Many of the bodies were waterlogged.
Meaning they didn't burn completely.
The corpses still contained viable eggs, and the larvae washed downstream. And when the people downstream drank that water,
that marked the end for Bwala Yamasa.
I learned all of this at the mansion. I warned him of the risk of eggs getting out.
And?
We are prepared for any eventuality.
I get it. Putting the oil field back online. The oil leaks, saner. They planned to pollute the river, prevent the spread of infection. But the oil flow was stopped, and downstream the people of Masa Village started using the water again. The PF soldiers deployed at the village were locals, spoke Kikongo. They were infected, and the kids survived.
I've heard enough.
And who stopped the flow of oil?
Don't.
We did.
That confirms it. The source of the Kikongo strain infection was Masa Village. And the children brought it here. It is no one's fault. There is no blame to be cast.
The parasites, they were tested in other regions?
Their physiology requires that they be tested under varied conditions. Another test site was in Afghanistan.
So it was the parasites there.
Both the Pashto and Tajik languages are spoken in the mountains of Afghanistan, and population density is low. Ideal testing grounds for how accurately the parasites target only the specified language. It is also relatively easy to prevent the spread of infection.
And the results?
The first test, I am told, was a success. Once the Pashtun Mujahideen were infected with the Pashto strain, they were all but wiped out.
The Hamid fighters at Smasei Fort.
It was doubly successful. No Tajik Mujahideen or Soviet soldiers became symptomatic.
So the parasites proved to be effective. What about the second test?
Also supposedly a success. A Pashtun village was the target. However, the original aim was to obtain samples of the infected. In this, they failed.
And the village?
The Soviets enacted a standard scorched earth operation.
That must have been the village where Malak lived, before being held captive at La Marjate Palace.
Having had more time to think on it, the details shared with me may have been false. They are madmen who would do anything to cover up the truth.
They certainly seem to like tossing their problems in the fire.
As a boy, Skullface's life went up in flames. Perhaps that is what fuels his fixation with fire.
Your Wolbachia stopped the infection all right, but I still don't get it. How can a few bacteria change males to females? I know they're only bugs, but...
It is not such a rare thing in the natural world. Many insects and nematodes are infected with Wolbachia.
But why?
They nest in the cell cytoplasm of the host, even in the egg cells. with the result that the offspring are born infected.
Mother-to-child transmission.
However, Wolbachia cannot nest in sperm because they do not have cytoplasm. So even a successful infection of a male ends after a single generation. This means the Wolbachia must resort to maximizing the population of infected females.
Sounds like an ethnic cleansing campaign on a tiny scale.
Gender change from male to female is their survival tactic.
So more females means more Wolbachia carriers, so it can keep thriving in the following generations.
But the parasites in a human host are supposed to be a mating pair. If there's no male, there'll be no offspring at all. It's killing itself.
Slow down. This tactic is intended for environments where a single male can copulate with multiple females. Originally, the Wolbachia did not infect the vocal cord parasites. I created a mutated strain, modifying the Wolbachia so that it could infect monogamous pairs. The Wolbachia's greatest multiplying tactic, the male-to-female change, worked against itself in the monogamous parasites. Just as you said. Then, I performed repeated selection of Wolbachia strains until I achieved 100% certainty of male-to-female conversion.
Creating female-female pairs, unable to reproduce.
And you say the Wolbachia affects the host of the host, that is, us, cutting off our means to reproduce?
It is almost certain. Of course, we will not turn female. After all, mammals possess no natural gender-changing function. But some Wolbachia strains can cause cytoplasmic incompatibility in the host.
Is that some cell deformity?
Put simply, it means the altered sperm of infected males kill the female's egg on contact.
And that's happened to us?
Yes. And yet, what occurs in humans is not just simple CI. To date, there are no cases of Wolbachia affecting humans. The fact that this strain causes this effect, is it the vocal cord parasite's affinity with humans? I do not know enough to say for sure.
So the parasite warps the host. Reminds me of what Skullface said.
It is the way of all organisms to create their own optimal environment. Just look at you and this base. Organisms that cannot do this are doomed to extinction. The difference with parasites is that their environment is another organism. That creates a connection between life and life. Parasitism, symbiosis, or death. In this way, the host too is challenged to adapt.
We've been knocking about this OKB-0 Emmerich was talking about. Its location and features match the citadel in the mountains northeast of the Soviet base camp. Built during the time of Alexander the Great, it was left in ruins following one of Genghis Khan's campaigns. Its occupants changed time and again due to war, and it was expanded on more than one occasion. Ultimately, it fell into the hands of the Soviet philosophers. The Soviet army was using it as the headquarters of its Afghan invasion force. But it would seem that Skullface's connections with the philosophers gave him license to develop Sahelanthropus there. And that's what Emmerich was doing at the place, before he got the axe. But OKB is a designation the Soviets use for weapon design bureaus. There's no way they'd have one of those in Afghanistan. And in principle, the numbers that follow OKB are always integers above 1. There is no 0.
Perhaps this was a secret facility of the Soviet and Chinese philosophers dating back prior to World War II. Though it's more likely Skullface just picked a fake name that more or less fit the Soviets' pattern. He doesn't go there often, but he sure as hell won't miss this. They use the heliport on top of the tower for his visits. Start by heading for the heliport. Then wait for your chance to make contact with Skullface.
It seems Sahelanthropus' armor is made from depleted uranium. That offers some serious protection. The US military is planning on using it for its main battle tanks, too. Maybe that's where Emmerich got the technology.
Uranium? They're using nuclear fuel for armor now?
No. What they use for nuclear fuel is uranium-235, which is extracted from natural uranium. Depleted uranium is a byproduct of that process. Sort of like the leftovers, I guess. The garbage. Uranium-235 makes up 0.72% of natural uranium, whereas depleted uranium contains only 0.2%.
What are the benefits of using it for armor?
It's a pretty short list. Uranium's a heavy metal, like lead, meaning it can hold a greater amount of kinetic energy. But it also boasts a hardness closer to tungsten. That makes it an ideal material to use for, say, armor-piercing ammunition penetrators. But it's not the best choice for armor. Its volume is less than that of ceramics, but for an equal weight, you could end up with less protection.
So why use it then?
According to Emmerich, it came down to him being unable to source ceramics technology from a manufacturer. Plus, given that it's an upright walking vehicle, he wanted to reduce the bulk of certain areas. Despite all that, depleted uranium still makes for some tough armor, and Emmerich says it's been proven in live fire tests. It stops most Soviet tank shells.
Code Talker, what are the metallic archaea?
Volcanic craters spewing sulfur. Water hot enough to boil your skin off. Ocean depths of 800 plus atmospheres. Wastelands radioactive enough to kill you where you stand. There are groups of organisms that survive despite. No, because of living in such environments.
I've heard about them. Extremo... something.
Extremophiles. By selecting certain species, then subculturing and repeatedly modifying them, I created a metallic offspring of pure archaea. They subsist on metals rather than organic matter.
And some of them even consume uranium?
Yes. Uranium enrichment archaea metabolize only uranium-235. As a result, they produce weapons-grade enriched uranium.
How is that possible?
Consider how plants fractionate carbon isotopes when they conduct photosynthesis. Nature possesses abilities beyond our imagination.
So it was archaea that brought down your chopper?
Corrosive archaea, yes. They oxidize metals, feeding off the energy in the electrons they receive. What became of the wreckage?
We had the R&D team retrieve samples for study in airtight plastic containers, of course.
Prudent. We shall extract archaea from it in good time. They should help you fight back against Blaga Ana.
Any chance we could start now? It doesn't have to be a lot. I might just have another use for them.
If it's only a small amount you need.
That's fine. I'll get the R&D team to assist. Let's go.
South Africa was previously suspected of developing nuclear weapons. It already had a conspicuous presence at the UN because of apartheid and its armed expansionism. But when neighboring Angola and Mozambique became socialist countries in '74, South Africa felt hounded into a corner. So it accelerated its nuclear program to protect itself. 3 years later, the Soviets discovered a test facility, and 2 years after that, an American satellite observed a flash in the southern Indian Ocean. It said this was South Africa conducting a nuclear test with the help of a certain ally. Skullface used the situation in South Africa to get this ally to lend a hand. They both wanted nukes, so it was a mutually beneficial relationship. On the surface, anyway.
I figure South Africa started getting serious about nuclear weapons production in '75. In '74, the government was still able to get by with bluffing that it had a nuclear arsenal. But the year after, word spread that an independent armed group in the Caribbean was crushed by Cypher for possessing a WMD. That's right, boss. What happened to you and your men was the reason South Africa decided to push ahead with nuclear development. A force independent of any country getting its hands on a nuke. That was a threat to the existence of countries everywhere. It wasn't just South Africa. Your presence pushed a lot of countries to get nukes. The world was scared of you. You were a threat to more than just the Cold War. If nations are gears in a machine, you had the power to smash them loose and watch the whole world grind to a halt. Emmerich uses externally powered legs of his own design. It's bionics technology, a product of the U.S. military's failed attempt to develop a powered exoskeleton. All the wearer has to do is apply a little force, and the actuators continue the movement in that direction. But his legs are unique. Instead of using a hydraulic mechanism, the actuators run off metallic archaea. That increases the actuator's reaction speed and also enables him to lock and release the joints at will. The legs are a nifty little gadget, but they have two clear weaknesses. First, they're dependent on external power, maybe because he built them knowing he couldn't leave his lab. There's no internal battery. That's why they won't work if they aren't plugged in. Second, and this is more than just a weakness, the legs are directly connected to his bones. Could be to minimize signal loss and the orders output to the legs and the drive response from them. Either way, Emmerich has used bolts to attach load-bearing parts directly to his femurs, probably by mimicking surgical treatment for compound fractures and the like. But the end result is those legs and his body are fused together, and that appears to be how he's able to move them so precisely. But that also means that any shock to the legs would be delivered right to his bones by way of those bolts. The same is true if he encounters the corrosive metallic archaea. If the corrosive archaea ate into the exposed bolts, they'd reach the endoskeleton parts and eat through them too in the blink of an eye. The doctor's bones are full of holes to accommodate all the bolts. They're like sponges. If he were to lose the reinforcing parts, even the tiniest bit of force or weight would snap his bones. So when I dangled those corrosive metallic archaea in front of him, he realized straight away what would happen. Life wouldn't be worth living if he lost those legs of his. I'd bet that is what the doctor fears the most. I just helped him imagine what it would be like. Thanks to that, I got the information we needed without either of us getting hurt. You know how he is. He's probably already over the shock. The better you know your adversary, the easier it is for you to get information from them. And vice versa.
Okay, we can play the end of chapter 1 now. Yeah, it's kind of weird. They say that the legs rely on external power, even though we do see Huey use the legs outside of situations where he has external power in the next mission. Actually, kind of describes they're like parasitic exo legs with how he describes them. Let's see. What the fuck do you want me to do now, game? Yeah. Okay.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any new vocal cord parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this. Boss, Emmerich confessed. Skullface's endgame is to activate the bipedal walking tank Sahelanthropus and deploy it into live combat in Afghanistan. That's why he moved into the Soviet research facility they call OKB-0. If his plan comes to fruition, there'll be no stopping the ripple effect worldwide. Find a way to make contact with Skullface before that happens. Then learn what you can from him, and put a stop to his plan. We'll have our fun with him later. This is it, boss. Diamond Dogs is strong enough now to face him head-to-head. It won't be like 9 years ago. Make your way to OKB-0.
How does Three Dog feel about them reusing the VO work from the original? It's a cop-out, in my opinion. Are you talking about the MGS3 remake? Yeah, I mean, like, I feel it's kind of what I expected based off the initial announcement with how they described how the voices were going to be. So I was kind of expecting that as well. I don't really have much faith in Konami when it comes to them, like I reckon they're going to cut a lot of corners. Paying for all that re-recording with the amount of dialogue that's in MGS3, I could definitely see Konami saying, fuck that, we're not going to pay for that when we already have the audio. You know, several years ago when they fired Kojima, I think they did all that because they wanted to move away from big AAA games. They wanted to move towards patchy slots and mobile and everything, and now because of COVID, perhaps they're getting back into games. We know that they took a huge hit with the patchy slot business due to COVID. An MGS3 remake just feels like a really safe bet for them. You know, just the fact that we're getting an MGS3 remake as the next MGS game, like that in itself just feels like a very safe play. So yeah, I'm very skeptical regarding Konami and how they're going to foster this project. You know, I feel like they're gonna do everything as cheaply as possible, and when it comes to the Master Collection, I don't think they're gonna well, we know that they don't give a shit about trying to renew the licenses for all the original licenses in those games when it comes to weapons and all the archival footage in MGS3. You know, we already had MGS3 taken down from the store for that reason, because the licenses ran out on all the archival footage. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to have faith, but in the end, it's just it's a remake, so I don't really care anyway. You know, if it fails, you know, I'm not clamoring for a remake in the first place. So, you know, we'll see what happens. They're remaking 1, 2, and 3, not just 3. Well, we don't know that they're remaking 1 and 2 yet. We'll see about that. They're porting MGS 1, 2, and 3. Those are just going to be the older games on newer systems. The only game that they're remaking right now is MGS 3. Yeah, like maybe I'll be going into it incredibly skeptical, and maybe I'll get surprised. I'll be going into it with a lot of cynicism and skepticism, and maybe it'll surprise me. Well, maybe not a lot of cynicism, but skeptical. Yeah, I mean, like, it's really hard for me to get excited about just another remake. Like, it really just feels like Konami jumping on a very safe bandwagon, which personally to me feels like very antithetical to the soul of MGS. You know, like, I thought that trailer was like the most un-MGS thing I'd ever seen. like when it comes to a trailer for a new MGS game. Granted, it's not a new MGS game, but I thought it was just like, it was weird. It was so strange seeing such a corporate trailer like that. At least that's how it felt to me. Like, having hidden details in a trailer, I don't think is an indication of like, what's the word? Passion, or, you know, I feel like a lot of these big companies, and when it comes to a lot of modern movies as well these days, I think oftentimes they put in Easter eggs and little details purely to get clicks, because they know, you know, top 10 things you missed in the fucking MGS trailer. I feel like a lot of those things are also very corporate decisions with modern media. You know, like, hey, did you catch the reference? Did you catch the references? Like, references and little details shouldn't always be an indication of quality or artfulness, I guess is what I'm trying to say there. You know, I feel like with modern internet culture and viral clips and stuff like that, a lot of that stuff can be, you know, can also be very corporately influenced. Maybe that isn't the best way to say it, but you know what I mean. You know the point I'm getting at. It really reminded me, the opening of the trailer as well. I know some people said, I think Bad Humans, maybe you don't still believe this, Bad Humans, but I know you were saying that you thought the close-up on the ant was like a reference to an obscure paramedic call where she's talking about the movie Them and giant ants. I don't know, man. To me, it just feels again like Konami just copying the formula of what they've done before. Like, you know, the Silent Hill 2 remake trailer begins with this close-up on a cockroach inside the bathroom, and which I thought was maybe a callback to PT, how PT opened with a close-up on a bug. And I don't know, it just, maybe they aren't, maybe it's just a coincidence that they do the same thing with the MGS3 trailer. But I don't know, to me it just felt like a very, I don't know, there was, it really just didn't do much for me. The same with seeing some of the new images, like, I don't know, like, you know, like watching all these YouTube videos with like, look at these comparisons between the MGS3 and this new game, and like, look how photorealistic everything looks. Like, I don't know, it doesn't make me feel anything really seeing quote unquote better graphics, whether they're better or not. I don't know. It's different style, you know. It's like modern photorealism as opposed to the more stylized look of the older games. I don't know. I don't really feel anything when I'm looking at these new high def images. I'm not like, oh wow, I have to play this. But I mean, well, I guess I am pretty cynical regarding a lot of this stuff. Even though I enjoy a lot of remakes at the same time, you know, like I'm a huge fan of the Resident Evil 1 remake, the Resident Evil 2 remake. Those are like some of my favorite games, some of my favorite horror games. I enjoyed the RE4 remake quite a bit too. I didn't like it as much as RE1 and 2's, but I liked it more than 3's. So, you know, I think you can do some interesting things with remakes. I really hope it just tries to do something new and different with the game, like to do something new and interesting that you couldn't have done before back in the PS2 days. Like expand on the mechanics, flesh out the mechanics. Yeah, even if it doesn't live up to what the original game was, at least try and do something interesting with it. But again, it's hard to have faith that Konami are going to be, you know, are really going to give it the attention it deserves. As well, I guess, you know, just that in itself, you know, the original games being these, like, boundary-pushing games that are trying to, like, push the technology to the absolute max, you know. We obviously, we know when Kojima was there, he would have tried to get as much money out of them as possible. you know, trying to push the envelope as much as possible. And now we're in a situation where Konami are going to be trying to do shit as fucking cheap as possible. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's maybe not, but that's really how it feels when you learn that. Because I just don't think they give a shit about the artistry of the older games, about preserving the older games. Like I think it's clear that they're not going to give a shit about buying the licenses. And like, surely Konami could afford to renew those fucking licenses, right? If they really cared. But you know, it's just going to be another dent in those games. You know, they when they got ported to the HD collection, we lost some stuff, and we're just going to lose even more stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's really hard for me to not be cynical about just the whole reasoning behind this project. But you know, I could be very wrong, and maybe. You know, maybe they will really put a lot of, maybe they will put a lot of effort into it. Like, I'm sure the developers that are actually working on it will be doing their best with it, and a lot of the old Kojima guys will probably be working on it. Very experienced old Kojima Productions veterans, and, you know, it's mainly just on the business side of things, the higher-ups, and how, you know, the attention that they think it deserves probably doesn't match what it really does deserve. I don't know. Maybe they didn't renew the licenses because they knew they wouldn't need them until Master Collection is released. I'm not really sure what you mean, but with regards to the licenses, for a remake, I don't think it matters as much. But with the older games, you would hope that with the originals, the ports, you would hope that they get preserved as much as possible. You know, if the remake doesn't have the gun licenses and all this other shit, right? Okay, fair enough. But with the re-release of the older games, it would definitely hurt a bit more because they're supposed to still be those original games. A remake can go, you know, a remake should have more liberties, I think. Should be able to take more liberties. What licenses? They own Metal Gear, right? But they don't own the footage that MGS uses. MGS still needs licenses to have guns in the game, real life guns. They need licenses to show all those video clips of JFK and all that war footage. That's all shit that they had to pay for, that they had to license out, and they don't have those licenses anymore. So a lot of that shit is going to be edited. That's why you don't see real guns in MGS5 and the Phantom Pain. Because you need to cash out, you need to shell out to get those licenses. We were talking about this before as well, how in MGS3 the gun licenses are a fairly big deal, right? Because in MGS3, like the fetishization of these real weapons is a part of the story. You know, Snake going crazy over the M1911A1, all of the talk about the single action army. You know, they'll need to shell out the cash if they want that stuff again. I think even games like Call of Duty stopped getting like real gun licenses, didn't they? I haven't played COD in a long time, but do they still use real guns? Yeah, I think it's because it's gotten way more expensive now compared to how it used to be. Only Tom Clancy games pay for those licenses. Yeah, it's pretty rare nowadays, is it, that any game has these licenses? Yeah, so I don't know. I wonder, would they have to renew for the guns in the original MGS3? I think we know for sure that they need to renew the archival footage, right? That they don't have the licenses for all the video clips anymore. But yeah, I don't know, man. Guess we'll see what happens. Why would they renew licenses before the re-release of the remaster they plan to release, just to keep the HD collection for 3 people who buy it on PS3, 360 mark? But I think that's what we're saying is that we already know that that the next collection that they plan to re-release will have edits. So the chances are, you're trying to say that there's still a chance that some of these licenses will come back with the new collection. We'll see. Maybe they'll. Maybe we'll get some of the stuff. Maybe they'll shell out the cash for a couple of video clips. Do we? Well, like, I mean, they announced that the next collection will have edits. What those edits will be, we don't know. But I think it's safe to assume the edits they're talking about relate to the licenses. I don't see what else it could be, really, unless they're just talking about like the story itself. But I really don't think so. I don't think it's with regards to like artistic liberties. I think this is more to do with licenses. Oh yeah, no, so no, they did say minor edits to copyrighted content. So they already specified that it was with regards to the copyrighted content and not other stuff. MGS, but again, speaking of guns, MGS4, if that's a part of the collection. The game that's actually called Guns of the Patriots, with the amount of weapons in that game. Now, if we really want to drive DRK crazy, this is the way to go about it. It's almost like Konami are like planning to drive DRK insane. You like Franken guns, DRK? We're going to re-release all the older games with Franken guns, and we're going to remake new versions of those games with Franken guns. Damn. That's a lot of Franken guns. That's a lot of games and a lot of Franken guns. You better get ready, DRK. You're gonna have to get your Photoshop ready. Oh man, I can already see the memes coming. The M1911 scene, incredible. Snake, the gun porn. Snake starts feeling up, admiring all these fucked up details in the gun. It's polished to a mirror sheen. Oh my, no way, man. Okay, right, let's, it's even got a watermark. Oh, man. Fucking shell out the cash, Konami. Come on, you've made enough money from the series over the years.
Thanks to Code Talker, we've managed to put a stop to any
It's not gonna
new
sink the
vocal cord
company.
parasite infections. We couldn't save those already symptomatic, but everyone who survived has been released from the quarantine platform. Skullface will pay for this. Boss, Emmerich confessed. Skullface's endgame is to activate the bipedal walking tank Sahelanthropus and deploy it into live combat in Afghanistan. That's why he moved into the Soviet research facility they call OKB-0. If his plan comes to fruition, there'll be no stopping the ripple effect worldwide. Find a way to make contact with Skullface before that happens. Then learn what you can from him, and put a stop to his plan. We'll have our fun with him later. This is it, boss. Diamond Dogs is strong enough now to face him head-to-head. It won't be like 9 years ago. Make your way to OKB-0.
Okay. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Sucking on my balls back. Let's unequip this. Bam, bam, bam. Seeing the credits of MGS4 the other day, man, you know, at the end of MGS4's credits and the amount of brand names that are listed there. That, I wonder how many you'll be missing from the collection. MGS4 is a really interesting case, you know, with all the talk about that game and how hard it is to port and all the questions surrounding that. You know, this will be the first ever port of MGS4. Hasn't left the PS3.
The research facility Emmerich was talking about is north of the Soviet base. That's where Skullface is keeping Sahelanthropus before setting it loose in Afghanistan. There's a good chance he's got nukes, too. Boss, we need to figure out what Skullface is up to. If you make contact with him, get him to talk. The ethnic cleansing parasites, Sahelanthropus. Find out what his plans are.
What are you doing here, Eli?
All we know is that Skullface Skullface's plans are on the verge of fruition. We need to stop him while we still can.
Yeah, if they don't have licenses for the weapons, the codec calls are going to have to be changed.
Down there, boss.
But they could probably... They probably wouldn't have to alter that much, you know, just when they mention the name of the gun.
In that area are all dead. Apparently XOF unleashed the Russian parasite strain. To isolate...
Assuming they really try to copy the originals. But I guess if the replacement guns are too different, then the codec calls won't make sense. So I don't know, man.
The facility, they first spread reports of a chemical weapon leak. The infection won't spread into the surrounding regions. Still, I think they just exterminate the men who work with them all this time. Skullface must be making his final play. Eli snuck into the cargo on board the chopper. His idea of an escape attempt? Who could say? We'll think of how to deal with him later. Snake, do you read me? I know more than anyone about OKB-0 and Sahelanthropus. Boss, I've made up my mind. I want to be of use to you, not him. Let me work to pay for what I've done. I'll prove it, that I've always been your ally.
Boss, I'll be focused on coordinating backup here at Mother Base. The chain of command is still in place. If you have orders, give them through Miller as usual.
Skullface is in OKB-0. Start by making contact with him. The facility itself is under...
Boss, come in. Boss?
That was on purpose. Just in case it wasn't obvious. I'm not that drunk. I've only had one beer. Oh god, we have to go all the way back. Go checkpoint. Impulse, thank you very much for the 3 months.
Eli snuck into the cargo on board the chopper. His idea of an escape attempt? Who could say? We'll think of how to deal with him later. Snake, do you read me? I know more than anyone about OKB-0 and Sahelanthropus. Boss, I've made up my mind. I want to be of use to you, not him.
Ah, you little shit. Right, don't put me back to the start, please.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
sure how far I'm allowed to go up.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
Shit. Okay. I want to do the smoke strat.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Can you also throw the smoke in the front? Does that work?
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to
Go.
sneak past enemies.
Is it in the thing? It isn't. Fuck.
Make contact with Skullface.
Is it just like a random thing? Sometimes it clips through, sometimes it doesn't. It's hard to do it consistently. Let's throw a couple in. Oops. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground.
Okay, maybe that third one landed.
Sneak past enemies.
Nope. Actually made it up a good bit there.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Okay, let's try and get it in the back. Okay, go. One of those had to have worked, right? One of those last three.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
Oh, what the fuck, man?
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Okay, here we go. Right, watch this.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to...
Get in! Get in! Oh! Okay, right. This time it's gonna work.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Oops.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Stop fucking around and just play the game. Suck my balls and leave the stream. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna stop the seat strat.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
You don't have to permaban the guy. I think this was my strat the last time I tried this. I think I went up to the rock. Get in! Okay. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna give up soon and just do it normally.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Okay. Get it! No! I think that was an indication that it was already fucked up, right? The smoke should have followed me.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Okay.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Oh, from a prone position, we can get some nice angles. Okay, right. Let's put it somewhere else.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Yeah, I think actually that's what I did last time. Put it beside a rock. Hold on. Let's...
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
DRK can't sleep for very long, so I think he usually stays up for a good bit before he eventually sleeps. Okay. Oh, wow. You're gonna be amazed. Watch this. Wow. Oh, no. Alright, that's all we need. I'm already convinced that that's gonna work. Watch this. Shit! Okay, I'm gonna try it 1 or 2 more times. I think that's how I used to always do it. Throw it in the back.
Make contact with Skullface. Head for the silo at the facility's northernmost point.
Yeah, I guess I should be watching out for the thing actually clipping through the thing. Okay, watch this.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies. Two more gates to go. This is the rule required Skullface get away. Stop him at the heliport. Boss, can you see the heliport? Skullface is right there. Make contact with him and make him talk. We have to stop him before his plan is set in motion. Sahelanthropus is somewhere inside there. First of all, make contact with Skullface. Don't kill him yet. We need him to talk first.
Oh yeah, there's a great detail here. You know, that ties in with Kazuhiro Miller betraying, being the true traitor. He's secretly supplying Skullface here. Look. We're actually all part of the same organization.
Skullface's chopper is there. That's where he'll be headed. Move fast. If he leaves, your chance to make contact goes up in smoke.
You too have known loss, and that loss torments you still. You hope hatred might someday replace the pain, but it never goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out. Wouldn't you agree? We both are demons. Our humanity won't return. You, me, we've no place to run, nowhere to hide. And that is why I'll show you my demon. Follow me, big boss!
If it comes to that. That's our leverage against him, our deterrent. He doesn't want a war on his hands.
Whatever the Navajo told you, with just one possible solution derived by Cypher, my will is different. I've known you since your time at Langley. I've long been the other side of your coin. 1964, Soviet territory. Fox's first mission. Any mess you made, I was there to clean up. You completed your task, and admirably. The information you returned was far more than enough to fill our pockets. With it, our futures became, more or less, set in stone. And then the Major came to me with an idea. Washington doesn't know how to spend money, he said. I'd like to redirect it. His goal was an organization dedicated solely, covertly, to supporting America. Cypher. You know the rest. To him, it was mourning the loss of his friend. Or rather, an act of revenge.
on the world, but America most of all. America is a country of liberty, a meeting of immigrants. Instead of simply assimilating, its citizens live alongside others. Their roots are very diverse. America's never been made up of just one group. But he tried to forge a single consciousness for it and from it. The idea that every citizen would use free will to unite behind their country. Unilateralism like that can't be entrusted to any one individual. So the Major sought a system that used information, words, to control the subconscious. Get in. I haven't finished yet.
All right. Well, I guess I'll wait for you to finish, and then
You don't care what I have to say, big boss?
Oh, right. You're gonna continue when I get in the truck. Oh, okay. In the Jeep. Right.
To unite America and the entire world. The Major thought this was his friend's word, but I think he never understood what she wanted. Before he ever walked or cried, even before he was born, his mother tongue was English. He doesn't know the pain of losing his own language. Not yet. He cannot understand her will. I do. I was born in a small village. I was still a child when we were raided by soldiers. Foreign soldiers. Torn from my elders, I was made to speak their language. With each new post, my masters changed, along with the words they made me speak. Words are the key. With each change, I changed too. My thoughts, personality, how I saw right and wrong. War changed me. And not only my visage. Words can kill. I was invaded by words, burrowing and breeding inside me. A philosopher once said, "It is no nation we inhabit, but a language." Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland. My fatherland, my truth was stolen from me. And so was my past. All that's left is the future. And mine is revenge. On those who leech off the words of their fellow man. This is what I learned from the Major. And then it hit me. It was he who should feel my wrath. He and the code he chose as basis for control. Language codes, information codes, beamed all around us, genetic codes spanning history. By controlling the codes, Cypher Zero intends to unify. Codes implanted into our heads, sucking our minds dry as it spreads from one host to the next. A parasite upon this earth, that is what Zero is. As one born into this world, he's afflicted. I hold him responsible for killing my freedom. Killing all traces of my past. Killing any promise of a future. We are all but dead men forced to walk upon this earth. A world reduced to zero. Cypher plans to use its codes to control the world. They think they can. And the mother tongue of all those codes is hate. The word became flesh. The final parasites. It knows English. An English strain of the vocal parasite. I will exterminate the English language. With this, I'll rid the world of infestation. All men will breathe free again. Reclaim their past, present, and future. This is no ethnic cleanser. It is a liberator. To free the world from Zero. Let the world be Sahelanthropus will take the first giant step into a brave new world. It is the bell with which a world trodden upon by words declares its independence. We are here. Remember the Alamo.
This is Queequeg on station to provide cover. Get us a line of fire. Roger that.
We're not the only demons in this world. Like you, vengeance is all he has. It's man's thirst for revenge that drives the times. Just as you live because of me, he lives because of you. Show him! Wait! Who is doing this? Such a lust for revenge? Who?
All right, now we're going to watch that scene again. Because I think For one thing, I think people really want to see it again. But we're going to have to watch it again anyway. Hold on a second. Impulse. Wait, Impulse, I'm pretty sure I thanked you. Informed Fish, I don't think I thanked you. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Martian, your gifted sub to Biped Snake as well. Thank you very much for that. Shit, I don't really have many high-powered launchers or anything, do I? That's okay. I should be able to use the, let's see what I have here.
Sahelanthropus is on the move. The instruments on the support chopper are all malfunctioning. And Eli's acting strangely for some reason. Something's not right. Boss, for now, just get away from that thing. Hurry!
You developed that on the save that disappeared? Ah, it's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be able to take him out with the tank for the most part anyway. I'll bring this shit in with me. I'll bring... Oh, wow. Fucking a level 6. A 45 caliber revolver. Decorated with high quality engraving. Rumored to have been used by a notorious triple crosser. Does it give you a tactical advantage? This is the greatest revolver in the series. Let's bring it in. Okay, let's do it. My balls, your balls. Okay.
Got a spike on the RWR. Strange PRF. What's wrong? Control lost. Can't maintain RPM. We're settling.
Control. Ascending. Hey, Snake. There's something wrong with Eli.
this? Such a lust for revenge? Ooh! Cypher will rewrite the records. and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst onto the future! Major... I'm burning up!
Boss, get out of there! Out about Sahelanthropus, Skullface will have won. His plans will become reality. He won't even need to use nukes. That thing's mere existence would be enough to enslave humanity to the fear of nuclear Armageddon. It would tear the world apart.
Hello there.
You need to stop it, boss. Destroy Sahelanthropus.
All right, run. Seahorse, get your fucking ass over here.
Destroy that thing. I'll rally Diamond Dogs and provide backup.
Do I want to ride this or go over to the tank? Let's fuck it. Yeah, let's use this. Oh damn!
Snake!
I think I left the dick undamaged. I think I destroyed everything apart from the dick. Kiss.
Let's see Skullface.
It is a cool detail how the damage you deal affects the cutscene later. Like, depending on the parts that you damage, you know, you'll see those same parts damaged in the later scene.
There were 3. Where's the other?
Very close to you.
Finish me. Kill me.
Do it yourself.
Mission complete, boss.
Kill me. Kill me.
did it! Revenge!
Anyone can give up his fight by laying down arms. But the feeling of holding a gun, that we'll never forget. Like our lost limbs, the sensation lingers.
Here she comes! Here she comes!
Rifles in missing hands. We stand tall on missing legs. We stride forward on the bones of our fallen. Then, and only then, are we alive. This pain is ours, and no one else's. A secret weapon we wield, out of sight. We will be stronger than ever. For our peace. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Those were his last words.
Kaz.
Pretentious to the end. Still. Doesn't feel like this is over.
I'll never be whole again.
In the deepest night, reaching out, grasping for a fleeting memory. All the thoughts keep piercing this broken mind. I fall, but I'm still standing, motionless.
Chapter 2 up next, everyone. Get ready.
Feeds that blackened heart, and the thirst must be quenched through hip-hop
Don't scatter your sorrow to the heartless sea. I won't see you in his ashes. You're all diamonds.
This man acted as accomplice to the attack on Mother Base.
Why are you here? Revenge against the boss?
I'm not like you!
I think it is time you knew.
I'll go alone.
Boss, what are you...
We can't afford to lose anyone else.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? Or you?
Kill her! What should we do, boss? Just give the order.
You are right. He is not one of us.
Boss.
Snake?
Attention! Diamond Dogs! Even with Skullface dead, our brothers are unavenged. And the phantom pain he brought us lives on. Cypher is still out there. We know they planted spies, parasites among us. Watch the man to your left, to your right. Assume nothing. Report everything. It's the only way to protect ourselves. From here on out, you will be my eyes. The deadliest enemy's right here in our midst. And they will get no mercy.
All right, man. We're back.
Even with Skullface dead, our pain is still right with us. We need more strength. We need more men.
Do we?
Diamond Dogs needs to be bigger. Missions have come in too. We still have a long road ahead of us.
Oh, God. Big Boss is watching you. If you look at the picture here, you can see this is the real Big Boss. No third strap on the eye patch. I never really thought about the dog there. The fact that there's like the dog's head is chopped off. There's blood dripping from it. Kind of a strange image to have if it's supposed to be, you know, like a representation of Diamond Dogs. Like this is the kind of image I think someone would use to go against Diamond Dogs. This would be the image of Diamond Dogs' enemies. You know, an image of their head chopped. Maybe it's supposed to tie into the idea that this is the real Big Boss, where like initially you interpret it as a representation of our Big Boss watching our men. But no, it's the real Big Boss watching the fake Big Boss. Well, I mean, I guess it could mean both. I never really thought about the chopped head being kind of weird, though. Whether it's supposed to be or not. I don't think you see the chopped head anywhere else. You know, all the other images of the dog head are just normal images. But yeah, I guess that could make sense still as going with the idea that it's about Venom watching his men. You know, if you better be careful, or else you might be, you know, your head might get shot. I guess it does work as that kind of threat. But along with the other poster here,
Fertile now? You got kids? Nope.
kind of makes it seem like it's Big Boss talking about Venom.
It's like never doing that again. I feel bad for guys who wanted to have them though. Of course, most of them probably gave up on the idea of family life when they joined.
Shut the fuck up. All right. Who's ready for some tapes?
Roger.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Oh, nice. I just remembered. We have the big batch of Parasite tapes coming up soon. The main course. We had the starter at the end of chapter 1. The main course is coming up. History of the vocal cord parasites. Like 30 minutes, 40 minutes of straight Parasite tape calls. We get like the pacing dramatically changes now. So we do like one huge chunk of tapes. Then we do one little short mission. Then we come back for another big batch of Parasite tapes. Go out for another couple of little side ops. It'll take a couple of minutes. Then we come back and do another, you know, get a nice big course of Parasites. Nice. Nice.
Boss, you can now give the order to develop or dispose of nuclear weapons from your iDroid. With a nuclear deterrent, even if you're discovered while infiltrating a rival PF's FOB, most PFs won't dare retaliate. But you, of all people, know how dangerous it can be to have nuclear weapons. So will you add nukes to our arsenal as a deterrent? Or will you take them away from other PFs and dispose of them to help build a world that's free of nuclear weapons? I'll leave that decision up to you.
Fuck, I forget what I was gonna say. I'm getting pretty tired. You'll have to excuse me, chat. We've been streaming for a long time. How long has the marathon been going on for now? 120 something hours? 131 fucking hours. Yeah, it always goes beyond the 5-day mark. We really should say they're 6-day marathons, because we're on day 6 now, aren't we? I think we're on day 6. 5 days is what? 120 hours?
Emmerich didn't go with depleted uranium for Sahelanthropus' armor because of its strength.
He had nukes in mind.
Exactly. It's meant to use its body as the fuel component for a nuclear weapon. Sahelanthropus uses built-in uranium enrichment archaea to melt its own body and extract uranium-235 from the depleted uranium in its armor. Those archaea perform the enrichment in an extremely short time. The concentration jumps by a factor of several hundred, from 0.2% to over 90%. The end result being highly enriched weapons-grade uranium. Sahelanthropus's body itself becomes a nuclear bomb. Emmerich says if it were to self-destruct, the nuclear yield would be somewhere in the region of 15 kilotons. Since you need about 50 kilograms of highly enriched uranium to trigger a nuclear reaction, that would mean Sahelanthropus contains something like 23 tons of depleted uranium.
That's not very much.
No, it isn't. That's about what you'd expect to find in a main battle tank's armor. The point is, it can be transported anywhere, even use its conventional weaponry on the battlefield, and the international community will never suspect a thing. I just received word from the R&D team and the transport team out of Afghanistan. They finished installing Sahelanthropus on the base. It's ours now.
All right. Don't let any of the staff touch that thing. Especially Emmerich.
Of course. That guy's crush on Sahelanthropus is beyond a joke. Guess he really wants to see his tech stand on its own two legs this time.
That's not gonna happen.
I know it. So you've got no plans to make it operational again?
Damn right.
Boss, I want to hear it straight from you.
Hear what?
What the hell do you want with that thing? The drive is busted. It's not like it has a nuke on board. Even if the metallic archaea could turn it into a nuclear weapon, all it can do is self-destruct. Sahelanthropus just isn't a weapon anymore. It'll draw unwanted attention without even being a deterrent.
I know.
The weapon's development strut sank 2 feet under that thing's weight. That's 1 year's drop in a single night. We've started on reinforcing the strut, but there's no guarantee it'll hold up if a storm hits.
I know that too.
Boss, why keep it?
It's a mark. Us Diamond Dogs, we don't have a country to call home. That means we have no past, nothing to prove that we lived. Every one of us threw it all away when we came here. Sahelanthropus is a symbol to show that the likes of us brought at least one crisis to its end.
A mark in history. So we can't just fade away.
It's of no practical use to us. But we still need it.
A symbol of what we've done. I'm glad I sounded you out on this. Snake, on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you.
I don't need gratitude. I need security. Keep Emmerich away from that thing.
Roger that.
You said that the nuke Skullface was trying to spread around the world were equipped with a failsafe. Something that could shut them down at will. His will.
Quite so. After all, he needed a guarantee that a buyer wouldn't simply turn the weapons back on him.
So how can they be stopped?
The criticality trigger, that is, the detonator, is a complete black box design. Any attempt to dismantle it causes it to melt in seconds, using the corroding archaea. The design ensures that no detonation is possible unless it disengages the lock.
So he had a way to disengage it remotely.
Precisely. The client simply presses a button. At that moment, the detonator begins transmission with a surveillance satellite. The satellite reports to him how the client is trying to use the nuke. If he does not object, the lock is disengaged.
But if it's a risk to him in any way...
The detonator melts down. The same is true if detonation does not occur within a preset time after the lock is disengaged. The nuke is rendered useless.
Who the hell would buy something with strings attached like that?
The client would never know until the moment they actually tried to use it. Most likely, he would have explained the time delay as the detonators needing time to activate. And he only intended to sell to technologically primitive groups in the first place.
Let me guess. He'd claim it was defective and offer a replacement. Shadier than a used car salesman.
Skullface shakes your hand like a friend, using the other to control you like a puppet. This is how he works.
Code Talker. Haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis?
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
Well, you are correct. Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated with, the tissues, and was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts, foregoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology, internal anatomy, life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host with adrenaline in response to pain, and yet another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted exposure to them, to take them into me, but my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research. Would you care to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass. But thanks. This has been helpful.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No. The primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk. When my life is snuffed out, I expect you to treat my body the same way. And when I burn, I will truly be one with my children for the first time. You say there were 3 English vocal parasites?
According to Skullface, yeah.
Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves 1. And you tell me Skullface said he used it?
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades, or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically?
Close to your spirit, close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain.
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
What about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
there'd be another outbreak.
The final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In the flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
The ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned, they weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction to eradicate specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I can see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. His English language strain. Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain. Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive on it. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly, beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too.
Alright, hold on. Give me a second here, chat. I ordered some food, and I'm hoping that'll keep me alive for a couple more hours, for a few more hours. Pretty tired. Hold on a second. Nando's? No, it's not a. It's not like a big chain restaurant place. I'm gonna have to run out in a couple of minutes and pick it up. I got some kind of. It's a steak sandwich. I'm not sure what it's gonna be like, but hopefully it's decent. Oh my god, we still haven't fucking visited Quiet. Right, well, DRK fucking saved Quiet, so I guess we're gonna do the Quiet stuff in this playthrough. Right, let's go over and say hi to Quiet then, will we? She's just been waiting for the whole chapter. Hold on. I don't think we've saved quiet in like 5 playthroughs. Can't remember the last time we did it. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting the sub to No Food for You.
She, refuses to wear clothes. The last staff member who tried to dress her, breathing through tubes. Other than that, she's completely cooperative. She understands English. She never speaks, sweats, or breathes. What? Well, not with lungs, at least. She breathes through her skin. Clothing would suffocate her. Showers are okay, but she can't be submerged.
What's wrong with her?
She's drinking through her skin.
She's okay?
She's okay. She just can't move when she's taking in water. Look. See that? She hasn't eaten a thing since she got here.
She doesn't eat either?
Never. It's photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis.
Real scanned feet.
That's the verdict from the medical staff?
No. Jury's still out.
Those are real Stephanie Houston wrinkles.
It's the only explanation for what we've seen. The GRU had a man with that ability and it's co-breeding. We don't.
Okay, I gotta run out and get my sandwich. Be right back.
Can't stomach her. It's starting to affect morale.
Can't you send her on a mission?
By herself? No. But as you know, she does have skill. Why not take her out on one of your missions? She seems to like you. Of course, only if you think she'll be useful. Next time you go out, you keep her in mind.
Roger.
Weather surveillance indicates turbulence out there. Try not to get knocked out of the sky.
Got it.
Quiet. Where does she think she's going?
You want to head out with the boss?
That'll be the day.
I don't see a problem with it, so long as she's with you. She's a crack shot, damn fine scout. Well suited for a clandestine op. Which is more than I can say for the others.
There's nothing damn fine about this... thing.
Here.
Hey.
Blades.
Wait a minute, that thing costs a lot of money.
See each individual blade and her depth perception.
Want in?
This is ridiculous. She doesn't talk. How could you possibly stay in communication?
Right. I like working solo anyway.
I like Gorgonzola anyway. Okay. The steak sandwich is pretty good.
Looks like you've gotten used to working with Quiet. I don't see a problem with giving her some new weapons. I've already talked it over with the R&D team.
I haven't been out there on a single mission off that.
There are two tasks you can give Quiet. The first is to infiltrate an outpost ahead of you and scout out the enemy's positions. The second is to send her to a sniping position and have her cover your infiltration. The kind of sniper support she'll provide will depend on the weapon you give her. Of course, this is all assuming she's willing to follow orders.
Hold on. Give me a second here, Chad. I'm starving.
The agent that the CIA had working for them inside OKB-0 has gone missing. We've been given the job of finding and extracting him. The target learned of XOF's plans to use vocal cord parasites and had hidden himself with the CIA's Mujahideen allies. But following Skullface's death, the Soviets retook OKB-0 and all contact with the target was lost. He may have tried to go back to OKB-0, but even Langley isn't sure what's going on. After all, they've never even learned of Skullface's plan. That's probably what they want to get out of the man once he's extracted. But we can't allow Langley to learn of the existence of the vocal cord parasites. That's why I want you to bring the target out, boss. Once we have him, we can report him dead and keep him on base. All contact with Langley is being conducted through a cutout. Our reputation should remain intact. As for the reward, it's already in the hands of the cutout. All you have to do is get the job done. Just like always.
Okay, I'm back. Hold on a second. Bunya, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Jay Dory, thank you very much for the 50 months as well. Ghost Fishing, thank you for gifting a sub to Wolbachia. And Just Incredible, thank you very much for the 13 months. Right, let's go fucking rescue this asshole. Man, I haven't seen all this quiet stuff in a long time.
Find and extract the missing CIA agent. The target was laying low with the friendly Mujahideen during the vocal cord parasites incident. The man headed back to OKB-0 after the Soviets recaptured it. Check the target's VI on your iDroid.
The sandwich is good. I wish I had 2 of them, though. There's still a couple of bites left, though, so that's good. I feel like the idea for Quiet is kind of interesting. You know, like the idea of an unspoken relationship, which is completely dependent on the player's actions. You know, like everything is dependent on the player. I think that's kind of partially what they're getting at with Venom being a player avatar, and that whole character arc revolving around what the player does if they ever decide to even recruit her, if they decide to level up her bond, you know, because you don't even get the end of her story unless you actually play the game with her. I think that idea is kind of cool, but the execution of it, I feel like, could leaves a bit to be desired. And I feel like there's something odd about, like, the only thing that really reflects the development of their relationship. That's the thing, right? Because at the end of the arc, when you start getting those unique scenes with Quiet, you know, the scenes that'll only trigger, at least I think those, like, I think the dancing in the rain scene, I think that only triggers when your bond is at a certain level, right? I could be wrong. Maybe that just triggers at any point. But I think that's another thing that requires your level to be up with her. The only other thing that really reflects your development with her is her just getting more and more provocative in the ACC, which just feels like a bit too, you know, if you're going to develop this unspoken relationship, that's cool, but there's nothing to really show for it other than a couple of weird scenes and, like, perverted fucking ACC shit, you know? How am I supposed to, like, really care about this Venom Quiet romance in the end? Because, like, kind of it becomes this weird romance. But, like, if the only thing I'm really seeing related to this romance is, like, perverted ass shots in my face, I don't know, you know, it's, yeah, I think the idea is cool, you know, you feel that their relationship will only evolve if the player likes to use the character, if the player plays with the character. It's all dependent on your actions. I also think Stephanie Houston is not the best of voice actors.
Roger.
You know, she finally does speak at the end. The final moments with Quiet are just too contrived as well. Just things happening out of nowhere. The lack of momentum and build up to it. Oh, she's gone. Go get her. And then at the end of the mission, it's such a small detail, but it really bothers me when that final tank fires at you from out of nowhere. You know? And then the random ass snake bite. The snake bite itself is so botched too, right? Because most players are going to be wearing the big battle armor outfit when they get to that point. You know, it's this like huge action-packed mission where you're just fighting a constant barrage of tanks and armored vehicles. So you're going to be like, chances are you're going to be really geared up playing it. But if you are wearing that battle outfit, the snake scene is so silly afterwards. The snake biting through your fucking thick armor. Maybe it isn't as bad as I remember it, but that's from what I remember. You know, you see the snake like take a big chunk out of your metal pad, out of your metal arm pad. It's like, how fucking, this must be a really dangerous, this must be a really venomous snake if it can get through this outfit.
Target.
This is Speed Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
I never liked Quiet on my first playthrough. I'm not sure if any of you guys felt the same way, but the humming really fucking bothered me. The radio static humming and the constant fucking like janky looping of her humming, you know, where it would like cut out halfway and then loop back. Like, Jesus Christ, fucking put me out of my misery. I'm never playing with this fucking character ever again. That was my experience with Quiet on my first playthrough. This humming is fucking atrocious. Give me fucking D-Dog. That was my Quiet experience.
Arrived at LZ. We'll stand by.
But I've heard other people say they found it relaxing. But like again, the game does have that issue with the cut-off looping, doesn't it? I remember that being maybe I was just mishearing it, but I think that's what happens quite a bit if you just leave her in one spot sometimes. I think it's when she's like when she has to like retarget or something like that. If she can't stay locked on in the one position. Allowing players to get her back. I thought that felt like a bit of a cop-out. That was something they added after the game released, right? I played the mission fucking 7 times. To get Quiet back. I mean, whatever, you know, like, initially it felt like it was a very, like, intentional artistic decision that when she was gone, you would feel her loss, you know? It's a game of It's about loss. So I thought that was a bit odd that they like went back on that afterwards. You know, like fucking, do you lose her or not? Was the subreddit full of people complaining about Quiet? Like a lot of people were complaining about it? That's fucking... It's kind of lame, I think. I mean, whatever. I don't know. I guess I never really gave much of a shit about Quiet in the first place, so... Like I said, I used her like once or twice on my first playthrough.
Exfiltrate the hot zone, boss.
Gaining altitude. Departing.
That's the way. Mission complete and how? We're gonna tell stories about this one, boss. Boss, the target filled us in on what's been going on. He betrayed the Soviets, passing information to Langley, but got scared after learning XOF used the vocal cord parasites. Then came feelings of guilt that his leaks sent comrades to their deaths, and fear that America might deploy such a weapon itself. But in reality, XOF and Langley don't have a collaborative relationship, and Skullface was not working for America. Still, I can't blame the man for being afraid. After laying low with the Mujahideen, he tried to cut his ties with the US and return to the Soviet military. But along the way, someone came after him, and he was forced back into hiding. Could have been remnants of XOF looking to silence him. And you know the rest. He doesn't seem to know much about the parasites, but nevertheless, it'd be too dangerous to hand him over to Langley or the Soviets. We'll keep him here as originally planned. Boss, come on back to base.
Alright, this better be good, Kaz. Flew a few hundred miles to get back here. God damn it. Pequod, get back here. Come on.
There's been an accident in the boys' quarters. A pile of steel pipes gave way and crushed one of the kids. A boy named Ralph. They tell me he died instantly. I'm sorry, boss. It's my fault. I should have been keeping an eye on them. I'll let you know if we...
Who the fuck gives a shit about Ralph? Who is Ralph? I have no fucking idea who Ralph is. Where are these kids? They have names? I only rescued one kid. It must be him. From what I understand, Ralph is a Lord of the Flies reference with Liquid and his crew. One of the characters from Lord of the Flies. Who the fuck is Ralph?
I know you're an expert when it comes to solo infiltrations, but now you have buddies who will fight alongside you. Use your iDroid to deploy them whenever you like. The role of your buddies is to support you during missions. There's more than one way for them to do that. To get the most out of a buddy's abilities, you need to give the right order for the situation.
Who cares about Quiet aside from the 1 or 2 scenes you get with her? Well, I think that the idea is that you care about Quiet due to the time you spend with Quiet in gameplay. You know, like that's the idea. That the relationship is dependent on the player's gameplay. You know, that if you like Quiet, you end up using Quiet a lot. That you naturally grow to like Quiet, and then you get scenes where Venom likes Quiet, and you know, that creates the romance. Everything is dependent on the player, which I think is a cool idea. You know, I guess you get like little new animations with her out in the field, but. Yeah, the scenes just end up being kind of weird. The fucking the rain, the playing in the rain scene is like fucking crazy, man. Anyway, we've already been talking about it. Another thing that just feels too sudden. Sorry, I'm going back to it again. Another thing that just feels too sudden about that Quiet sequence. You know, you have the fucking random tank that clearly wasn't there that shows up to blow you up at the end of the gameplay sequence. You know, Quiet's final mission when you're taking out all the tanks. You take out all the tanks. Clearly all the tanks are gone. The cutscene starts. Oh, another fucking tank is here. Okay, right? Then you get the snake. And but the sandstorm on top of that, just the whole thing, like they really had to like force this situation to where Quiet needs to talk. But yeah, whatever. I don't even really give that much of a shit. Man on Fire 2. What happens next with the Man on Fire?
You mentioned that the Man on Fire was crushed under Sahelanthropus in its hangar.
Yeah. He was caught under the wheels of its transport platform.
But his body wasn't found.
What?
We searched the area the moment we arrived, but there was no trace of him.
I wasn't hallucinating.
I know. I trust you on that. That means someone must have taken the body. But when I got there, everything was still as it was. Even Skullface hadn't been touched. I can't see a reason to sneak into a place like that and drag out the biggest, heaviest guy there.
What are you getting at?
The only option left is... he got up and walked away.
That platform ran him over.
Just ran him over.
You're saying that's not enough?
I don't want to believe it, but maybe not. He shrugs off bullets, even rocket strikes. There's no reason to think that would finish him. It seems ridiculous, but I'll start gathering eyewitness accounts just in case.
If you dig up anything concrete, I want to know.
You'll be the first, if I dig anything up. But I hope to hell I don't.
No kidding.
is yellow cake that Cypher was having the PFs transport. Before we met you, the boss recovered it from a truck crossing the Savannah. Are there metallic archaea inside it?
Yes, the archaea metabolize uranium-235 to subsist. They must be stored inside yellow cake, or they cannot survive.
So those biological traces we took for impurities were actually the real cargo?
Of course they are deactivated, so they do not trigger a sudden enrichment. They are like baker's yeast. Yet,
like baker's
gradually
yeast,
enrich the uranium as they feed. I imagine you detected weapons-grade traces.
Yeah, we did.
And the malachite that was loaded on the truck had traces of uranium in it too. So that's the flower, huh? Skullface was gonna sell do-it-yourself nuke kits. The uranium-enriching archaea complete with a user's manual. And the ores with the uranium could be sourced by the client or provided by Cypher.
Even the trace amounts buried in common ores can be enriched to weapons-grade uranium by the metallic archaea. Proving that must have been the most important factor of the trials. That and the ability to successfully prevent detonation.
So if the amounts of uranium in the ores are low enough, they can get past any inspection. And you only need a tiny amount of the archaea to act as the yeast. No great challenge to smuggle that either. The first step towards saturating the world with nukes.
His plan. That was not my intention. My only goal in developing the metallic archaea was to save the Dene.
What made you think a tool for creating undetectable nuclear weapons would save your people?
After 70 years, the Dene reclaimed the Navajo Nation from which we were banished. We bore all the hardships of poverty. But we were proud to live off the land we called our own. But in the moment the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, everything changed.
I don't get it.
The nuclear arms race between the US and the Soviet Union began with the end of the Second World War. Suddenly, there was a massive demand for uranium. And it was our ill fortune that the ground beneath the Navajo Nation was rich with uranium ore. The Black Ana government set up mine after mine, and many of the Dene worked them, never informed of any danger. Every day, they went to work with no protection. The slag was simply piled out in the open. When rain fell, uranium traces left behind would seep out, and when the ground dried, it was blown about as dust. Land and water were contaminated, irradiated. Many of us became sick and died. That pain lives on to this day.
I had no idea.
Wanting more than anything to revive the land my forebears left to me, I was delighted upon discovering microbes that eat uranium. If they could be domesticated, I believed we could rid our land of uranium.
Were you successful?
No. The research called for funding on a colossal scale. But nobody was willing to invest with no prospect of a return.
And that's when Skullface showed up.
Correct. I can save you and your people. We share the same will. That is what he said to me. And I believed him. Black Ana forced me to abandon my uranium cleanup work and focus on nuclear weapons. And he held all the Dene hostage. Today, the uranium mines within the reservation are finally closing down. It is simply less expensive now to source uranium overseas.
New victims, different places.
But uranium is a tactical resource. To rely on a foreign country for it is a difficult decision to make. And he was in the perfect place to influence that decision.
He could have condemned your people to the mines forever.
The contamination comes not only from uranium. The fallout from the Nevada nuclear tests also settled on our lands. As if our fortune were not already bad enough. We are also downwinders. To save the Dene, I must complete my original research. The one that covers the parasite that lives on the surface of the skull's bodies is what gives them their power. Similar to my children, who live in my skin. I modified the parasites I isolated from the body of that old man, differentiating them with various abilities. One that can blend perfectly into its surroundings by exposing the pigments in its cells at will. Another that, by harboring multiple species of metallic archaea, can oxidize and reduce metal. Isolating the one that covers and transplanting it into an artificial medium should provide the same abilities as the skulls, but they can only subsist within a human body. Once transplanted into the medium, they will eventually die. Another thing, the weakness of the one that covers is desiccation. Their surface moisture loss is greater than ours. The reason they give off mist is to alleviate this by releasing the salts inside them as microparticles. Water vapor condenses around them, appearing as mist. But this dries out the atmosphere until they cannot even produce mist. And once their supply of water from the host runs out, the parasites are in danger. They, along with their host, enter a form of suspended animation. However, a similar effect occurs if they come into contact with a large amount of water. Rain, for instance. The one that covers will temporarily abandon other processes in its eagerness to absorb the water. Pitijolone. Make the weather your ally.
Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot's that he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway. They eased up on surveillance, giving him an opening to establish his own military unit, one that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway, it was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic parasite the world's ever known isn't microbial. It's linguistic. Words are what keeps civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix. Quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas. Little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another. Their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot. It is more of a salad bowl. It is not made up from one people, but for its minorities to function in society, a common ground is needed. Language. even if the country is not one. No, because it's not one, a lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities. In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it. Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However different our neighbors may be, English enables us to create symbiotic relationships with each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one.
This is something I think about from time to time. Just wait, hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry, my phone. Okay, I'm back. What was I saying there? Yeah, that tape. This is something I think about from time to time, especially spending so much time on the internet, is how much more Americanized has the West become due to the internet. I would say considerably. Like even I kind of feel it as a Twitch streamer. I feel like even just naturally, without even thinking, right? Because the majority of my audience on Twitch are American, and I think even when I started streaming, you know, I knew that I wasn't going to be streaming to Irish people primarily, and I feel like that naturally made me try to like talk more clearly or something like that. I feel like if I'm around people who are, I have a pretty, I don't have a strong accent regardless, but I feel like I probably do have a bit more of an accent when I'm around my own people. But I also just think about like other people who may be from other non-English speaking countries, and how much, like I feel like people who spend more time, you know, there are a lot of people who spend a lot of time online, and there are a lot of non-English speakers who spend a lot of time speaking English online. And it really makes me just wonder about, like, I wonder, are there many people who end up speaking more English than their native language due to the amount of time they spend online? Any people in chat, maybe? Like, if you're from France or Italy, but you spend a lot of time online, you might end up spending, or Germany, you know, you might end up speaking more English than your own native language. I actually meant to ask this on my Discord channel, just to the people on my Discord channel, you know, because I know there are lots of, you know, Finnish people, Polish people, people from all over the map. I feel like the internet has probably, you know, made it so that people speak a lot more English. But yeah, I feel like, you know, the internet is kind of like its own country in a way, you know? It has its own culture, its own slang. And I think a lot of that in the West is very, you know, it's quite Americanized primarily. I don't know, it's an interesting thing to think about. I'm a citizen of Twitch TV. I am definitely way more of a, these days, yeah, man. I live on the internet way more than real life for the last few years. There used to be a better balance. Now it's definitely spend most of my time in the internet country. Dog hates Northern Irish people. I do not. Sparks, I love you. And you're Northern Irish. I'm French, and there is not a day that I use more, or there is a day that I use English more than French. Well, I'm scrolling up. I thought your viewers were a bit more on the European side. No, the majority is American by a wide margin. I think it's 40% from the US. 40% of my viewers come from the US. And then it's like, you know, 10% from this country, 10% from that country, 5% from this country, 5% here, a couple of percent here, a couple of percent there, but yeah. Pandawan, why were you kicked off Discord? I have no idea. I'll look into it for you. I'll save your name and I'll look into it. Let's listen to some hamburger tapes.
I have spoken enough. Your men can take it from here. Will you permit me to rest? Have something to eat?
I thought you don't eat.
I can subsist without food. But there is more to the act of eating than nourishment. We receive nature's blessings and reaffirm our part in it. And in doing so, we express our gratitude.
Sorry, it's hearing you say you don't need to eat and that you're a part of nature in the same breath. Anyway, what can we get you? Not exactly a 5-star restaurant, but the kitchen's used to serving a lot of different appetites.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Even we Dinne have become Americanized. I eat them often back home.
And you just can't let them go. Well, as far as symbols of the American Empire go, hamburgers are pretty good. The victory of capitalism. Your people suffered so much at the hands of America, and you asked for hamburgers.
We have suffered more than you can know. But I do not see hamburgers as an accomplice. A single dish, providing a balanced helping of nature's blessings. Meat, grain, and vegetable. How could anyone hate such a magnificent thing?
Says the guy who can survive on photosynthesis. Balance has nothing to do with it. You just like a good burger.
That is also true. Be warned, though. I have very high standards.
Don't worry. I do too. All right then. One good old-fashioned all-American icon coming up.
I look forward to it.
It begins. All right, let's go back to the next mission. But yeah, I hope you don't think I hate fucking Northerners, Sparks. I just like to make fun of the Northern Irish accent. But it's you know, it's lovingly. It's such a crazy accent. Diddle they doodle they doodle they do. Diddle diddle they doodle they do. Who the fuck are you? Who in the name of shit are you? Who the fuck are you? It's so musical. Let's see. Where am I going? Right, let's go. We haven't done any of the Paz stuff either, have we? Let's go get our first wandering asshole. Love the Sean Connery snake voice. Yeah, you would only interpret that as Sean Connery if you don't know the language. But it makes sense. Any comments on Conor McGregor's MMA comeback? Is he making a comeback?
Be careful down there, boss.
I have no idea. I know nothing about it. I thought once he started to... Once he entered the whole Floyd Mayweather phase, that's when he just started to turn into a complete clown, I think. That's when he started to lose my respect, and then it just got worse and worse and worse after that. You know, fucking punching old men in bars and all that shit. I feel like he lost a lot of his charm and he just became very vulgar and crass. You know, he used to be... There was a time where he was, like, genuinely funny with his shit talk, but then he just became, like... Then he just went way overboard. Yeah, and I don't know. I think I thought he was entertaining back in the early days. You know, when he was, when he was rising up and fighting, what's his name, Mendez and Aldo. Like that was some real inspiring shit, I thought. But I thought he kind of lost his way after that. But who knows? Maybe he'll win me back. Well, I mean, yeah, it makes sense, you know? You get all this fucking money and fame. It was almost like he really wanted to play that part as well of being this big money man. He liked playing the role. That shit can make you go crazy.
Boss, I knew you were alive. I'm so happy, boss. One of the guys out on a mission at the time. He's fallen a long way from the glory days. That's the target. Is that one of our men from 9 years ago? Bring him home, boss.
The faded MSF crest. It's really weird how they give them these, they all have the blinded eyes. first I wasn't even sure if these guys were supposed to be real. You know,
Subject on
because
board.
of their direct
Leave the
connection
rest
to
to
the Paz story. And Paz turns out to not be real. So I thought, hey, are these guys even here? Is this whole thing an illusion? But no, I think they do appear on the base, right? Battle gear has been completed. Oh, yes, my favorite.
Emmerich's finished development on that battle gear of his. Get back to Mother Base.
Alright, see you later.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs of that traitorous parasite once and for all.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Let's go back to Mother Base, actually. Just to make sure we get certain cutscenes. Because once we pass a certain point, we'll miss out on a couple of Eli scenes, or one Eli scene anyway.
Boss, we need evidence to prove our suspicions about Emmerich. Head to the central base camp in Afghanistan and recover that AI pod. It's time we purge Diamond Dogs.
anything?
Still living up to her name.
How about you drop the act? Who infected you with a parasite?
We can't let her talk. Put it back.
All I want's a name. That won't trigger anything. Tell me. Tell me! Your lungs have been barbecued. There's traces of rubbing alcohol in your alveoli. This was found adhered to your lungs, intact. A petal. White Star of Bethlehem. The hospital. Skullface sent you to Cyprus to kill Snake. You were burned inside and out. That should have been the end of it. But, all things considered, you look pretty damn healthy to me. We have Skullface to thank for that, right?
I was the only one capable of applying them to parasite therapy. Until he stole them from me.
Why are you here? Did Skullface send you? Or did you have your own score to settle with the boss? Refreshing? Salt water.
No! She'll die.
His life isn't yours to take. Enough.
That's enough. If she wanted to kill the boss, he'd already be dead. Same goes for us. She's had plenty of chances. She can talk. She's not here to kill anyone. We're wasting your time. It doesn't matter why she's here. She works for you now. She's in love with the legend.
What makes you so sure?
I was the same way once.
What if she's a spy?
What if I'm a spy? Or you? Go on all day.
Boss.
Let her go. She won't speak, so she can't spread the infection.
Nabegetten Tisch? Nicht nagetten Tee.
Oh.
Oh.
Idiki plak anat e.
Oh. Ako kode dziś desni.
Dne bizad.
Belagana gesnita. Kato be てた。教えとった。同等にした。同等にした。
Oh. Dave. Dave, thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome. Anyone coming in from Dave's stream? How's it going? You still playing that Tears of the Kingdom, Dave? I feel like I've seen you playing a lot of it over the last few days. You've been going non-stop. Let's go back here.
Roger. This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Seem like, when does Street Fighter 6 come out again, Dave?
This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
That's not surprising. It's a big game. Oh shit! It's coming out. Fucking. It's on Friday. Oh shit! Yeah. Well, maybe I'll play some Street Fighter as my next stream. And you can watch me suck ass at Street Fighter. Oh, hey, Dave, did you see the Tekken trailer? I know you're a big Brian fan. I know Brian is your character. Did you see the Brian trailer? Yeah, I'll definitely be playing some Tekken when that comes out. Now! Let's go get this AI pod, shall we? Damn, Procedure, you're not a Brian fan. I thought all hardcore Tekken fans were obligated to love Brian. I guess that's not true, is it? Brian is a robot, I think. I like that all he did was laugh in the trailer, because I don't think he's ever spoken, has he? But I like that he didn't have any dialogue and he just laughed in response to his opponent. Everyone loves King. The new King looks like he might be pretty fucking fun, dude. I bet Crusader's happy about that. Oh, right. Yeah, I...
Whoa, whoa!
Oh, right, the AI pod, right. What the fuck was going on? I thought it was the Volgan mission. I was like, this is where you find Volgan. Hold on, I didn't see your comment there. Oh, SB, I'm going to sleep now. This time I had the time to be here for every game and saw most of the stream. Kudos to you and DRK. When I wake up, I think the marathon will be over, but many thanks to chat, you and DRK. It might still be going. I don't know, SB, but hey, man, thank you very much. And, yeah, man, as always, thank you. Humdog. Wait, our Hermdog. Thank you for the gift sub to Supply My High. Ugh. Right, fuck it. I guess I can take advantage of this and run straight through. Ah, you shit! I'm gonna have to wait around for like half an hour for this fucking thing to cancel, so I may as well use a checkpoint.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there.
Что?
God, it's Harry Potter. Strangelove gave birth to Harry Potter. Look, it even says H there.
Sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake. Check. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. There is nothing left inside me now. No hatred, not even regret. And yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake.
Medic, is that you in the middle? I like this picture. Look at them all crowded around this miniature Zeke. Remote controlled Zeke.
Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty. The world must be made whole. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Failed deadly system activated. I is equal to 3.2546373698888. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Failed deadly system activated. Onishi Sekuchi, Kiku no Flash, Takiyama, Isunomo, Suzumi Gataki, Tana, Irama, Ichinotori, Uneno, Yamashita, Sasabu, Kofudai, Tokiwada, Yokimuchi. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Lone Fox chases the one-eyed hound.
Oh, do you have to shoot with lethal bullets? I wonder if we shoot it and then trigger the scene. Will we see the flashing lights while it's up in the sky, or does it cancel? It's a short bit of dialogue. If it was a longer piece of dialogue, maybe. Oh no, it's right, yeah.
AI pod launch confirmed. We'll pick it up. I wonder what kind of secrets are buried in it. I'll let you know if we learn something. Got a report from the intel team. Remember how the man on fire was crushed by Sahelanthropus? Well, the Soviets recovered his body. Could he really be dead? Boss, head for Yaha Ohu's supply outpost and secure the man on fire's body. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgin.
Let's go back to the ACC. I think we're going to get that dialogue again anyway.
There's something I've been wondering. Why are you called Code Talker? During World War II, the U.S. military used the languages of different tribes, including the Navajo, as codes, right? I know the term Code Talker was used to mean people sent to the battlefield to speak in those codes. Were you one of them?
Our mother tongue was indeed used for war. But I did not go. I was already over the conscription age. However, I was made to help craft the codes that were spoken. So in a wider sense, you could call me a code talker for that. Navajo is a complex language, and virtually no one outside the US speaks it. They must have thought it was the perfect language to use as a code.
Yeah, in the end, the Japanese never cracked it. The cipher is king in information warfare.
Of course, they didn't simply speak in Navajo. They created substitutions for words according to a code book, and then translated those into our language. Young Diné was sent to the front lines of the Pacific Theater as code talkers. To fight is an honor for the Diné. They were the pride of our people. But I cannot say this history brings me joy. Words are alive. When they are spoken, life is breathed into them. They become a part of the listener. Our words were transformed into lifeless ciphers and used for war. This, after the Black Ana spent generations suppressing the language.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I guess we shouldn't be calling you Code Talker, huh?
No, I do not mind. The reason Skullface called me Code Talker was because I also am responsible for coding language into the vocal cord parasites. I am the same as those young warriors, used for a cipher's sake. I must never forget that. The name, Code Talker, is a lesson carved into my being.
You said Skullface ordered you to weaponize the vocal cord parasites. But you also said he wasn't the reason.
And he wasn't. I was seduced by the parasites. That is a fact.
How? You mean from your curiosity as a scientist?
That I cannot deny. But there is more to it. The story goes back to the 19th century, to my earliest memory. One day, a man from the government visited our Hogan, our home. I cried as he yanked me from my mother's arms and took me away to an Indian boarding school. From that day forward, I became George. This was the name my teacher gave me. I was forced to give up my Diné name, forbidden from speaking anything but English. If we dared utter a word of filthy Navajo, the teacher made us eat a bar of soap.
Yeah, that was the U.S. government's education policy for Native Americans.
To erase our words was like erasing our people. Their education was tantamount to ethnic cleansing. Over time, the overt persecution of our language stopped. But to this day, it continues to be eaten away by the lingua franca, that is English. Many of the Diné outside the reservations can speak nothing else. And it isn't just our language. Across the world, minority languages are being destroyed by dominant languages. Many are on the verge of extinction.
Enter the vocal cord parasites.
Yes. I began thinking that minority languages needed some sort of deterrent against dominant languages. In order that their peoples and cultures would survive. It was then that I came across literature at the Foundation claiming that man acquired language thanks to a type of parasite, one that distinguishes between languages as a precursor to reproduction. If I could just resurrect it, make it more pathogenic, I would have my deterrent against English. But I failed to hide that aim from Skullface. He noticed. Yes, I wanted to retaliate against the English language, though never did I intend to actually use it as he planned. You know how the story ends. I was forced to study how to make the parasites compatible with all the world's languages. All but English.
However, he in fact secretly isolated an English strain.
I will not be held prisoner by the man's phantom. The English strain must not be allowed to exist either.
Alright, let me thank some more people here. Solid Snake 93, thank you very much for the 3 months. And Dominic again with the 18 months. Or Dom, because I can never pronounce your name properly. Because it's not Dominic and it's not Dominique. So what the fuck is it supposed to be? Dominique? Is it Dominique? I don't think that's right either. But whichever it is, thank you very much, Dom. Hold on a second, guys. Are we on to the history of the fucking thing? No, not yet.
A ruler's greatest wealth is not money or land. It is the number of individuals under his control. Subjects who work, consume, are there to be used as pawns in war. For a capitalist ruler, his people's power becomes his power. You are the same. With your diamond dogs, you spin it with your speeches. But what you're doing is bringing as much talent as you can into your little domain. Every person another feather in your cap. Yes. Since ancient times, every civilization's ruler has had the same idea. When people unite under one will, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And the one will is the ruler's will. And what do rulers use to bring people together? Language. In the Old Testament, it is written that only one language was spoken in Eden. A shared tongue that united all of humanity. Mankind eventually grew aware of its power and harnessed that strength to build a tower to the heavens. The mighty Tower of Babel. This angered God, who splintered the language of man, and the tower was never completed. Languages emerged, and the earth was divided as men went their separate ways. Every age is the same. A ruler's first order of business, after conquering new land, is to force his tongue on its people. Ancient Rome, Napoleon, and now Zero. English is wreaking havoc around the world right now. The British Empire tilled the land with war as its hoe, then began planting the seed that is English. Eventually, American capitalism became the new instrument. To play its game of wealth, you only had to abide by one rule: English. By exploiting people's desires, English has become a leash that people gladly wear around their necks, it would seem.
So now we see why Kojima never speaks English in interviews. Now it all makes sense. Except once. And the occasional word. I think he just had a bad experience that one time. Was it E3? Where he actually did speak English for like a few consecutive minutes. Alright, let's go get the man on fire. Three Dog. Jeff probably tongue locks Kojima. What the fuck does that have to do with speaking English? Or do you just want to tell me that for some reason?
Be careful down there, boss.
These tapes are gonna radicalize me. They're gonna make me go back and learn my language properly. Rebel against my English masters. Look at me, I'm a traitor. Not even living in my country anymore. Living in my wait, hold on. Living in my colonizer's country.
Whoa!
The shame. But the way they teach, maybe it's better since I was in school, but man, the way they taught Irish in school, like to learn a language properly, you have to fucking speak it. You can't just, you know, you can't just learn shit from memory. I mean, you can like, sure, you can learn to a degree like that. You know, from textbooks and stuff, but like you really need practice actually speaking it. But we never like spoke it in class. Like that should at least be a rule, right? So like, how about when you're in class, you just have to speak Irish to each other? Like that wasn't at that, like that should be that should be like fundamental to it. And that would probably do like that by itself would probably do an incredible job at teaching people the language. Every class, you know, just everyone speaks the language. You're not allowed to speak English. But you're always speaking English in Irish class. You speak way more English than Irish in English class. In Irish class. Mr. Man. The way Irish is taught in schools is absolutely criminal. 13 years, you're forced to learn it, and most kids leave school with a few phrases, notably asking if they can go to the toilet, or fucking kiss my ass. Pogue Mahone. Everyone knows how to say Pogue Mahone. That's about it. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, man. Like, I passed... I think, did I do higher level Irish? I can't remember. But like, I passed my Irish leaving cert exam, and I can't speak a fucking word of Irish. I have no idea how I passed it. Like, I'm way too embarrassed to speak Irish on stream. It's so bad. You know, sometimes people say, "Oh, dog, speak Irish." I'm like, no, I'm way too ashamed to speak Irish. It's so fucking bad. But yeah, man, at least force people to actually talk and converse with each other in Irish. Like, you just don't do that at all. It's just like, take out your books, learn your fucking grammar. Crazy that you can spend like almost 20 years of your life learning it and basically have no clue how to speak it. And if you notice, any of the kids who went to the Gaeltacht for a summer come back with almost practical fluency, right? Yeah. Once they used it for a month and a half straight. Yeah. Imagine if we just used it in class. Every time you were in an Irish class, you were just forced to speak to each other in Irish. That alone would probably have the same effect, right? If you're doing it year after year after year, every couple of days in your Irish class for months on end, you know? Yeah. Oh, you piece of shit. Oh, you can't shoot through the fence. Forgot about that. Coming too. Roger that.
I barely recognize you, Colonel. Skullface used your thirst for revenge against Big Boss, did he?
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this kind of it might feel like a strange sort of ending, but I don't know if they ever had any more plans with Volgin, right? Because I think it still makes sense that it finishes here, right? He sees that you're not the real big boss, and then he has no reason to stay alive. I think that's the idea, right? Unless maybe the real big boss was, you know, came back. Maybe then he'd spring back to life. Maybe that would cause the battery to recharge. Let's get the chopper again.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
You know, I never even really thought about the Volgin's age. I don't know if that really bothers me because he's so unreal in this game anyway, you know? He's such an unreal entity that I think it's kind of easy to disregard that kind of logic. You know, he comes back to life fueled by vengeance, you know? It's kind of... It's so absurd that I think you can throw away ideas of him aging, you know? You know, it's hard to look at him as like a real human being. It's like a ghost back from the dead.
Happy birthday, boss.
The laugh. A real cigar.
Happy birthday, Snake.
Happy birthday, Snake. Happy birthday,
Our bond... Oh, wait, no, our bond doesn't actually have to be high to get the quiet scene. I wasn't sure about that. Nice. They have a whole crate of real cigars. What the fuck? Who's smoking them? Alright, that's pretty cool.
Boss, about Eli. No matter how many times we talk to him, he just won't listen.
Did Ocelot order these just in case the real big boss shows up at some point?
He sees everything in terms of victory or defeat and still won't accept that you beat him. We're gonna have to put him in his place. Again. If you don't mind, come back to Mother Base and go another round with him.
Sure thing. Over to the R&D platform. Let's just scoot on over there. Happy birthday to you. I can hear the AI, that's creepy. You little shit. You little asshole.
Has that brat finally accepted that he lost? Hopefully now he'll be a bit more obedient.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ.
Okay, let's go back to Mother Base again. We still need to get that liquid scene with Ocelot. If we don't do it soon, we won't be able to get it at all once the kids leave. Oh shit, it's this scene. This is usually an early game scene.
Again. You see that in the movies? That's an automatic. Don't bother trying to dampen the recoil. You do that with a revolver.
Wait, what the fuck? Doesn't the game call that a revolver?
We Diamond Dogs are now a force to be reckoned with. We've got the world's attention. We're not some tribal militia. So don't act like one. You will learn how a real soldier fights. You will forget everything Hollywood taught you. And if I catch you doing something else...
2 + 2 = 5, I guess.
Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. That was some fancy shooting. Pretty good.
Venom has no idea what's going on. Get back here, Pequod.
Roger.
Venom is about to have a mental breakdown. Those my memories? I think I remember this.
Gaining altitude.
Three Dog is not a real MGS3 fan. I better not see Three Dog playing MGS3 Remastered. What? Could you explain what you mean by that? Did you think that I failed to pick up on that blatant MGS3 callback for some reason? Based off what I said about Venom? What are you talking about? I don't get Ocelot's comment about the gun. I've played MGS3 like 1,000 times.
Ish, Bia, Ashla na Lego Azago. DJ na Stoy do Ashchad Yagishta.
Hey.
Eyes on Kazuhira. A message from the parasites.
Lighten, you should know about MGS3 Ocelot gun got lock on him. I'm assuming English isn't your first language. That's okay. But I've no idea what you're trying to say there. And I think you just really misinterpreted everything that I was saying in that during that scene.
This is Pequod.
But that's okay.
Station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Yeah, maybe you were confused when I was speaking as Venom, when I was like, do I remember this? Are these my memories? That was me impersonating Venom and how he might be feeling watching this. How Venom might be confused. I was trying to highlight Venom's confusion regarding the MGS3 callback. Okay.
Volgin, the GRU colonel, was burned alive with the Shagohod during Operation Snake Eater 20 years ago. Despite suffering severe burns to his entire body, he still clung to life. After you left Seleniarsk, Volgin's body was taken to a research institute in the outskirts of Moscow, but modern medicine couldn't explain why he was still alive. Not that the colonel was any ordinary man to begin with. That constant electric current he had running through his body that he could unleash at will, to be honest, I was always uncomfortable around him. Thought I might get electrocuted just by standing nearby. The institute studying him was tasked with investigating and developing human paranormal abilities. The comatose Volgin was used to further the Soviet Union's research into such abilities. But not long ago, the facility burned to the ground, and Volgin's body was never found among the rubble, even though the fire started in the room where they were keeping him. This occurred at around the same time you woke up. If Skullface was right, and a thirst for revenge can turn a man into a demon and keep the dead alive, then this man on fire who's been coming after us ever since you woke up, well, that just might be what's left of our old friend Volgin. It's not over yet. Back in '64, in Seleniarsk, you brought his plans for a utopia down in flames. That grudge is what's keeping him alive. The day the research facility holding Volgin burned down, a Soviet jumbo passenger jet happened to crash nearby, far away to the north of that hospital in Cyprus. On board the plane was a young boy who was being studied at the same facility. The plane fell to Earth from over 8,000 feet, but the boy's body was the only one not recovered. At almost exactly the same time as the crash, Volgin awoke in that facility. According to the Research Institute's documents, the gifts this boy demonstrated included psychokinesis and telepathy. To protect his mind from being inundated with other people's thoughts, he always wore a kind of gas mask. A rudimentary form of psychic insulation, apparently. We don't know where this boy is, but if Skullface is connected to him, we may cross paths with him yet. This boy is part of a new age, where nothing we understand about the world makes sense anymore. Don't let your guard down.
So what were they doing at Nzoia Badia, Baloo? That facility with all the people laid out in rows?
The abandoned factory Shabani was held in.
It is precisely as you guessed. Black Anna was coding languages into the vocal cord parasites. They infected the subjects with the parasites, then made an incision in the throat to expose the vocal cords. That allowed them to play recordings of a desired language directly to the parasites.
And the parasites learn the languages that way. That's some teaching method. I just don't get how a bunch of bugs had the brain power for it.
They don't. Do not judge them by human standards. They do not learn as a function of intellect.
Then how do they do it?
What language the parasites react to is coded into their genes. You could expose the Japanese strain to English for years, and it would never learn the language and react to it. The pronunciation, rhythm, and structure are different. But what about, say, Spanish and Portuguese? Linguistically, the two are very close.
Yeah, they're both Ibero-Romance languages.
Even so, a Spanish language mating pair exposed to Portuguese will not copulate. Only when they hear Spanish. Only then. And the majority of their offspring will be the same.
So it's a literal case of a mother tongue.
But if that's so, I don't see how the different strains can be created in the first place.
Well, among the many thousands of offspring, there may be just a few that react to Portuguese.
You're talking about mutations.
Correct. Playing the tapes helps to identify the mutant strains. Those specimens are then isolated and bred with one another. From their children, specimens that react more strongly to Portuguese can again be selected and bred. Repeating this process creates a strain that reacts solely to Portuguese and never to Spanish. Mutation and selection. No different to breeding roses.
So you kept increasing the change over the generations, adapting them to languages from all over the world. Must have taken a hell of a lot of patience.
More like patience. Just how many died for this?
There's something I still don't get. In order to tell which larvae will react to Portuguese, you'd have to let them develop and then see which copulate. That means you'd need tens of thousands of guinea pigs. There's no way you could do that in a facility that small.
For normal, selective breeding methods, you would be right. But there is a more effective selection method when training the vocal cord parasites.
Go on.
It is not only when mating that the parasites listen for language. Shortly before hatching, larvae display markedly increased activity in reaction to particular language. The active eggs...
DRK, go to bed, man! What the hell? Or do you want to take over? Take over now if you like. You know, it'll still be a fairly short stream, you know, if you take over now.
Be identified under a black light. So the eggs that react to Portuguese are selectively placed in the throats of subjects. So you see, narrowing down strains that react to the target language is an effective process. Though I'm sure that even so, many lost their lives to create the various strains.
Taken against their will into that dungeon.
There are two reasons for playing the tapes for the parasites. One, to isolate the eggs that respond to the target language. And two, to cause the specimens raised from the selected eggs to mate.
I get how the system works. But why do they respond to language before they even hatch? It's not like they can mate from inside an egg.
It is because the larvae learn the language before hatching.
You mentioned that what language the parasites respond to is hard-coded into their genes, and that they don't have the brain power to actually learn a language. But then you say that the larvae at Nzoia Bulu were learning the languages in the egg. Your story doesn't add up.
Your country is home to a unique songbird. The Japanese bush warbler.
Sure, what of it?
What a beautiful call it has. But no bush warbler can sing it perfectly at the start. As chicks, they can barely chirp at all. They must learn from their parents and other adult birds. Only then can they sing properly and attract females. So naturally, there are individual differences in each bird's call. Though they start on the same footing, each bird is influenced by its teachers.
And the parasites are the same?
Like the birds, the parasites have a genetic predisposition towards a particular language. But while in the egg, the larvae's ears are tweaked by listening to the voice of the host. This tweaking ensures that the grown parasites will react better to the host's speech pattern.
Why would they have an ability like that?
Well, there are distinct regional differences within even the same language. Rare is the language that has no unique dialects. Yes, learning the host's speech pattern before hatching attunes the larvae to whatever twist of pronunciation it will encounter. This adaptive ability is what makes them so formidable.
I see. So a language requires selective breeding, but the parasites can learn dialects by themselves.
Of course, having the egg-stage larvae listen to the tapes in the factory was not meant to teach them. It was more important to use that trait of theirs to identify the mutated strains. As I mentioned earlier.
Is that really accurate enough to use as a weapon? You could wipe out a neighboring ethnic group by accident if their pronunciation is too close.
What you say is true. In that sense, they are imperfect as ethnic cleansers. But for his purposes, they are good enough. His objective was not to exterminate any one ethnic group, but to render the world's lingua franca, English, inert.
Okay, let's do another fucking mission. I wasn't listening to any of those tapes there. I was too focused on the chat.
Boss, research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents, Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands. According to Code Talker, the research papers stored in that mansion account for over 50 years of study. The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power. Recover the containers before the enemy extraction choppers arrive.
Right, let's go get these fucking containers. Put on this woodland. We get some nice setup for Kingdom of the Flies here, which we'll be getting to a little bit later on. Okay, wait, fuck! Shit! Do I have the right cargo? Fulton. Oh no. I think I remember developing some cargo Fulton earlier. Oh god. Oh no. Oh Jesus. Okay. R&D needs to be 18, support needs to be 16. Jesus Christ, the security team is looking rough. Look at that. The support unit needs to be 16. Challenge menu? Is there a way you can get it instantly? It's too late now? Oh god. The pain. Let's do some mine clearing. Fuck yeah. I haven't done the Paz cutscene, the first one. Yeah, we can do that too. DRK, could you go to Discord, please? Okay. Sorry, chat. Yeah, we were just making plans. Okay, so I think this is where we have mine clearing 1. Yeah. So mine clearing 1 isn't all that special, but you know, it sets the stage for the rest of them. What's your favorite mine clearing, chat, if you had to pick one? If you were forced to take one mine clearing mission to a desert island, which one would you choose? Mine clearing 7. 7 is always the one that I think of. You know, when I think of mine clearing, I think of mine clearing 7. But, you know, mine clearing 8 kind of changed the game for a while. Changed the way you looked at mine clearing. Maybe mine clearing 9 went a little bit too far in some cases. But you know, you gotta appreciate mine clearing 1 here as well. You know, it's not too crazy, but it lets you appreciate the, you know, the fundamentals, just the simplicity of it. Which is one thing that's kind of sticks with the whole series of mine clearing, and which I appreciate. You know, they're all fairly simple, but with some key differences between them. See here, it says back on the back, and if we take a look at the front, see it says front on the front. That's a lovely little mine. That's a beauty. Let's see. Ooh, it's a nice pop. These are some fresh mines. These are some good mines. Very close. Very close. Very deceptive, this grass there. Damn. Mine clearing 1 can still catch you out. You know, you have to be careful. You still have to respect it. As simple as it is. You know, it's kind of like the hollows in Dark Souls. You don't want to underestimate them. Damn, that felt good. One more. I don't think mine clearing 1 unlocks mine clearing 2. There are a lot of theories online regarding the unlocks for mine clearing. You know, like, why does Rescue the Sheep number 4 unlock mine clearing 6? Did the sheep plant that mine himself? Was the sheep involved with the mine planting in any way? I don't know about all those theories. They're a bit crazy, but, you know, it's interesting because there's, you know, there's obviously a lot going on with the mine clearing.
Boss, about that AI pod you retrieved from Emmerich's research facility. Guess what we found inside? A corpse. Human. The pod maintained a low internal temperature the whole time, and very little outside air got in. That would have slowed down decomposition. Still, the remains were mostly skeletal. Estimated time of death is between 6 months and a year ago. We put the screws to Huey about it. Listen to the tape. Turns out it was the body of someone we knew very well.
Do you think Kojima had a hand in the placement of the mines? He planted them all individually himself. He went into the game world and he planted them in the reality of the game.
Fine. Yes, Strangelove was doing AI research in that lab.
Why hide that until now?
Why? Okay, so what? I wasn't working alone. You've got to understand. You do understand, right? I didn't want to drag her into this. It's my load to bear, alone.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you?
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
Me? I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside and waited for her to die.
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She climbed inside that pod and shut the door. It can't be opened from the outside. It was suicide. Suicide, I said. She killed herself. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right. Me? Kill her? What is wrong with you?
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
I've never seen his face.
What do you take us for?
They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Was it Ralph?
So.
And his name?
Ralph.
We called him Hal.
Oh.
Even though I never saw his face.
We know you know what his face looks like. We saw the pictures, man. Okay. Christopher Randolph is way better at fake crying than real crying. Okay, right, what am I doing? Oh yeah, how many fucking minutes are left? Let's go do the opening, pause scene, I guess. Hold on, how much time is left on this? Well, you can see it from the fucking first one, can't you? 6 minutes. Oh shit, we still need to get the Eli scene as well, actually. Oh, way. Christopher Randolph wasn't in MGS3. Oh, weird. It isn't triggering now. Maybe you have to do it before you fight Eli? I want to get the scene where Ocelot fights with Liquid. Shock. Yeah, they'll just put him down a little bit lower. He won't look as tall. He'll look smaller, like he's sitting down.
Welcome home, boss.
Snake?
Posh. That's right. It's her. What about the bomb?
We were able to remove the explosives. Both of them.
Bomb!
No, it's okay.
There's another in my...
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out.
Something's not right. Check her again.
Boss?
It's all right, we got it out.
There's another in my...
It's okay. The other bomb, we managed it.
She hit the water hard, and somehow she managed to survive. Anyway, the shock triggered some kind of amnesia.
Snake? Where is Professor Galvez?
You mean? Yeah. She still thinks it's 1974. She's got no memory of anything before that either. Cypher, the KGB, nothing.
It looks to be a kind of dissociative disorder. Dissociative amnesia, where memories are blocked out to protect the mind, and dissociative identity disorder, the whole personality changes. What we're seeing seems to be a combination of the two. She truly believes she's nothing more than a student living in 1974.
Peace Day was a lot of fun. I hope we can do it again.
She doesn't respond to anything that conflicts with her internal timeline. Doctor's pretty sure she's not faking it. If she had her memory, just think what she could tell us about Cypher. The photo is from that guy you brought back the other day. From the old crew. I thought it might jog her memory, but no luck. Anything else you can show her?
Do you have something to show me, Snake?
I give up. She's all yours.
Alright. Hold on, let me get my controller. So I actually quite like the little Paz side story in this. The tapes, particularly in the final tape.
Something to show me,
The final Paz tape is like a really genuinely emotional moment, I think. A really sad reflection on the past and on the series in general. The good times on Mother Base. There's something, it's hard for me to describe, but there's something about the way Paz is portrayed in the tapes that I really like. It's as if, you know, in the tapes for Paz in this, it's framed as if the real Paz was the fake Paz. You know, that it's as if her innocent schoolgirl persona is real. And there's just something about that I find interesting, particularly in the final tape. Obviously, she's all just a part of Venom's mind, part of his memory.
What is it, Snake?
But just hearing that version of her as if that was really her, it's, I don't know, it's hard to even put into words. But let's see, if we go into options and... wait, no, I already have markers turned on. Yeah. We put a marker inside the room.
Come back again, okay, Snake?
But yeah, a lot of the dialogue there that they're saying, you know, Ocelot and Miller aren't really inside the room. And the dialogue is you know, it's more to do with Snake than it is Paz. You know, all the things they're saying about Paz you can apply to Snake, or most of it, you know. But there's the marker that I left. That's the room. And it's gone. But look at this. This proves that it is the same room. The peace symbol on the wall. If we go back. I mean, it's not like you need the symbol to prove that it's the room, but look, if we go back. There it is. That's the exact same wall. There's the door that leads into the corridor outside. Go around. Remember the final scene as well. Once when you get to the very end of the Paz sequence, this is where you end up. You know, when Snake passes out and he wakes up, this is where he wakes up.
Roger.
This is Pequod. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Roger.
This is Pequod. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude.
Okay, what do we want to do now? Oh hey, well the fucking thing should have developed by now, right? That's definitely longer than 6 minutes. Yeah, fuck it, there's no point in even checking. Let's do it.
Boss, research materials have been stolen from Code Talker's mansion. The materials were packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. You have to recover those containers. The pickup crew coming for those documents is none other than XOF. That's right. They're still active, even after Skullface's death. Now that he's no longer in charge, their original chain of command has been restored. Meaning if XOF gets those documents, Code Talker's research ends up in Cypher's hands. According to Code Talker, the research papers stored in that mansion account for over 50 years of study. The problem is the vocal cord parasites. If the papers documenting that research fall into Cypher's hands, they'll take another long, hard look at them. The ethnic cleansers we thought were history will become a reality. America, Zero, will have a weapon far more powerful than any nuke. Even worse, if this knowledge were to leak, the world, humanity, can't be entrusted with this kind of power. Recover the containers before the enemy extraction choppers arrive.
I already played that fucking opening briefing, sorry. I'm very tired. Let me just change my stuff here too. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. If you want to suck my asshole. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Sorry, there's no need to get that. There's no need to get silly. Give me the trank. It's too fucking late to be fucking singing this shit too. I have housemates that need to be up in the morning. Jesus Christ. I hope that wasn't too loud. I don't think that was too loud. I don't think that was that bad. Although I'm wearing headphones, so... And the music is playing loudly, so I'm kind of... I can't really hear myself properly. I don't know how loud I'm talking. Imagine waking up hearing this shit. I want to suck your asshole. Fuck's sake, man. They must think I'm insane.
Boss, Code Talker's research has been stolen. The research materials have been packed into 2 containers and hidden in the jungle southwest of the mansion. Enemy extraction choppers will be there any minute. You have to find and retrieve those containers before they arrive. That area is being guarded by zero-risk security, and their client is XOF. If the choppers make off with the containers, that research will end up in Cypher's hands. That cannot be allowed to happen. One other thing, boss. We need a cargo-capable Fulton extraction device to recover the containers. Use your iDroid to order its development and have it dropped in.
Be careful down there, boss.
Yeah, hopefully it gives them a good laugh. Hopefully it doesn't just piss them off all the time when they hear this shit. Because there's no way I'm ever going up and asking them, hey, you're not hearing all this crazy fucking shit that I'm saying, are you? You didn't hear me talking about sucking people's assholes last night, did you? What exactly are you hearing from my room late at night? Nothing too bad, I hope.
Yeah.
What the hell, man? Is this usually the fucking... I don't usually take this path. I don't know where the hell I'm going. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah,
Boss, looks like they're stepping
I
up
went to the
security
wrong
around the
landing
targets.
zone.
Watch yourself.
Okay. This guy's a decoy. Become such a habit now, I often find myself singing ball-sucking songs off straight. You know, I'm in the kitchen, I'm just humming a song. If you wanna suck my balls. So I bet chat probably does that now too, they're hearing it so often. Whenever they just hear a random melody, may as well just stick some ball-sucking lyrics on top of it. It's very easy to apply to, it's like, you can apply it to so many tunes. Oh, I do? I've infected you? I think even DRK started doing it.
Visibility of the
But
jungle
maybe
is
that
great.
shouldn't be too much of a surprise.
Watch out. You could run into the enemy at any time.
DRK is a pretty big degenerate as well.
Feel the roots. The branches become one.
Shut up, Code Talker. Stop trying to be the end.
Noise.
Our early warning radar still hasn't picked up the enemy choppers.
Feel
It's only a matter of time before they arrive.
Nature's blessings, like baker's yeast. Okay, I'm gonna leave you there. Bum, ba-da, ba, ba-da, da, da, da.
You gotta extract him. Target extraction confirmed. That leaves one target to go.
I think we just got a checkpoint, so I think we're okay.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
That special, quote-unquote, revolver in this game, was that originally DLC? Is that DLC, that special revolver? Which is actually, an automatic? Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in MGS5 that I'm not super familiar with, that's for sure. I haven't even done a 100% playthrough of MGS5. I haven't barely explored the FOBs. The one with engravings. Yeah, the one with engravings. That was DLC, right? That's kind of interesting. Like, you know, they have Ocelot flatly state that this gun is not a revolver. Like, it's the whole point of the you know, it's why they use that gun in that scene, to demonstrate that it is not the gun that they then say it is for paid DLC. Like, that's so fucking wild. I have to wonder if it's intentional. Like, that's pretty ridiculous. Like, getting you to pay for it? Oh, I didn't mean to throw two. Ah! Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't scream. I can't scream. Fuck's sake, man. It's almost 3 a.m.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war.
Let me finish this
Cypher
mission,
itself.
DRK, and then I'll hand it over.
Time will come, but it's not now.
Why did I waste a fucking decoy on that asshole? Sorry, I'm just I've no control over what I'm doing right now.
Just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Maybe they think the person's asshole is getting sucked once they hear the scream. You know, they hear me professing my desire to suck assholes, and then they hear, "Ah!" a few minutes later.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Okay, if I get caught one more time, I'll hand it over to DRK. But that's not going to happen. Watch this. Pure focus. Hey, they're talking about decoys.
Boss, you don't have much time. Move it.
Who's coming up to check it? Oh! Jesus fucking Christ, I forgot again! That was a really loud scream. Shit, man. I feel really bad now, man. I can't be fucking waking up my housemates when they're probably working tomorrow. I'm here like a degenerate playing fucking MGS5 at 2:50 in the morning.
Boss, that's a serious injury. It won't heal on its own. You'll need to treat it with first aid.
Snake, no, I'm not going to hand it over yet. I have to finish what I started here.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
It was the only option I had, DRK. Couldn't afford any other option. Sorry, the slopes made me go crazy for a second there. Still not giving up. This is it. This is it. This is the one.
Boss, our early warning radar just picked up the enemy choppers. We'll keep you informed of their ETA.
You can't go firing on the XOF choppers. If we attack XOF now, it'll be a declaration of war against Cypher itself. That time will come, but it's not now.
Okay, this is it. I have my promise. This is it. Oh. Okay, you asshole. Fuck you.
Boss, you don't have much time. Move it.
Let me try something. Usually I take them out here. I'm just gonna try and see if I can get away with this. I think I can.
Target extraction confirmed. Time to go.
I thought maybe the guy right below me would see me. But I probably would have gotten away anyway, just with an alert.
Mission complete, and how? They're gonna tell stories about this one, boss.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna tell stories about that one.
Boss, we got Code Talker's research materials back in one piece. The medical team has them under lock and key in the quarantine facility. The materials should help their research into the vocal cord parasites. Cypher won't be getting their hands on them now.
Okay, I think I'm going to hand it over to DRK. Let me just make sure he's ready. Hold on.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid. Boss, some of the kids we've been keeping here have escaped. We don't know why they ran off, but it may have something to do with Ralph's death. The intel team's looking for them as we speak. I'll add information to your side ops list as it comes in. You need to locate and secure those kids. I'll try to find out what happened.
Just give me a second here, guys. All right, yeah, guys. Same thing's gonna happen as usual. I'm just gonna go and make sure the save is.
We're having Code Talker continue his parasite research. He's clearly very grateful to you. I'm sure he'll return the favor somehow.
Oh my god, I never do these calls. L1 radio calls in the ACC.
You can deploy a buddy from the ACC before a mission.
I forgot that even existed.
Think carefully about the mission's objectives before deciding who you'd better take along. If you develop specialized equipment for them, they'll be able to help you out in even more situations.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and prepare the save for DRK while you guys listen to some tunes for a few minutes. I'll really try not to make the same mistake and same mistake as DRK and send him over an old save. I'll be extra careful. But yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here for this marathon. It was a fun few days, but a tiring few days at the same time. So I'm glad to finally get some rest, some permanent rest. It'll be nice not having to get up and stream tomorrow. You know, with these marathons, it's just eat, sleep, MGS, repeat. As soon as you wake up, you don't really have time to relax or anything. It's always pressure. I need to get food quickly and then get on the stream, because you only have like an hour after waking up. So yeah, it'll be nice to finally get some rest. But we'll be doing this all again next month. At the end of next month, we'll be doing it on DRK's channel on Outer Heavens, so make sure to give him a follow over there if you haven't already. If you're new to this crazy MGS shit that we do here, you should see a link to DRK's channel in the title. I'm very tired, as you can probably tell. I'm struggling to even form proper sentences here. But yeah, guys, give me a couple of minutes and I'll get this save sent over to DRK, and then I'll come back to sign off completely. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about the delay, but we're ready to switch now. And again, cheers everyone for watching the marathon. That's obviously going to be my last session of the marathon. It was a fun one, a fun 5 days, but an exhausting 5 days. Well, we're going into the sixth day now. As I think we usually do. We always say 5 days, but I think it always goes into the 6th day territory. Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope you had a good time. And thanks for, obviously, all the support, all the crazy generosity, the donations, the subs, everything. Cheers. Thanks for being here. And I'll see you soon with more stuff. I might do some Street Fighter 6 or something in a day or two. That's coming out tomorrow, right? So I might do some Street Fighter 6 shenanigans. I'll probably go back to my Fallout playthrough sometime this month. Probably some other MGS stuff as well. Maybe Ground Zeroes. And of course, once again, as I said before, we'll be doing another big MGS marathon next month on DRK's channel. And we'll probably be going crazy for the next few months, back and forth, doing marathons every month for the next while. So lots of MGS to look forward to. Yeah, I'll sign off now. Just so I'm not keeping DRK hanging. Cheers, everyone. Don't go anywhere. The stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds, but it'll be right back up with DRK. Peace.